Councilmember Kaplan? Here. Councilmember Dickinson? Here. Vice Mayor Talamontes?
Here.
Councilmember Pluckybaum? Councilmember Maple?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra?
Here.
Councilmember Jennings?
Here.
Councilmember Vang?
Here.
Mayor McCarty?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Councilmember Talamontes, can you please lead us in the land acknowledgement?
Please rise for the opening acknowledgments in honor of Sacramento's indigenous people and tribal lands. To the original people of this land, the Nisenan people, the Southern Maidu, Valley and Plains Miwok, Patwin Wintun peoples, and the people of the Wilton Rancheria, Sacramento's only federally recognized tribe. May we acknowledge and honor the Native people who came before us and still walk beside us today on these ancestral lands by choosing to gather together today in the active practice of acknowledgement and appreciation for Sacramento's indigenous people's history, contributions, and lives. Thank you. Salute, pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Just read them, yeah. Mayor, we have two special presentations. The first one is the International Transgender Day of Visibility, presented by Council Members Kaplan and Pluckybaum.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Friends, sorry, I'm having slight technological difficulties. I'd like to call up our organizations and individuals to stand up here at the dais. Stonewall, LGBTQ, Community Center, our advocates. As I talk about visibility, I think it's important that we see you. Because today we gather and honor to celebrate Transgender Day of Visibility, which we know is officially on Cesar Chavez Day next Monday, but I'm glad that we got to raise the flag and are able to keep it up for an entire week. Because this day is not just a day on the calendar, it is a powerful reminder of the courage and resilience of our transgender and gender non-binary individuals who walk among us. Each one of you here today plays a vital role in creating a world where every person can express their true selves without fear or without shame. We know that visibility is a crucial part of the journey towards acceptance and equality. It's about shining a light on stories of transgender individuals. It's about listening to your voices and embracing their experiences. When we acknowledge their existence and celebrate their lives, we empower them to live authentically, unapologetically, and proudly. But remember, visibility goes beyond being seen. It requires us to cultivate empathy and understanding. So let us stand together as leaders and educate ourselves about the challenges faced by the transgender community. Let us be allies who uplift and amplify their voices. Let us help fight for you. When we advocate for your rights, we create an environment where everyone in the city of Sacramento can thrive. Today, so let's not just celebrate the visibility, but also commit ourselves to action. In the city of Sacramento, numerous organizations and activists have been at the forefront of supporting our transgender community. Notable among them is the Sacramento LGBT Community Center, the Gender Health Center, a nonprofit working tirelessly to advocate for the rights of trans people, specifically our trans, Black, and Indigenous individuals, as well as our own personal advocate in the transgender community, Evan Michael Minton, and many others that stood beside us this morning at the press conference. Thank you. But let us challenge as we move forward discrimination and combat prejudice wherever we see it, no matter the form. Let us foster conversations that promote acceptance and love, because every small act of kindness matters. As we honor this day, let us stand in solidarity with our transgender friends and family. Let us remind them that you are seen and you are valued and you are loved, because together, when we work together, we can change the world and we change the community, and you are a valued part of it. I'd now like to turn it over to my fellow Council Member Phil Pluckybaum to say a couple words, and any of my other colleagues.
I only want to say Sacramento is committed to being a sanctuary city now and forever. We will continue to protect and defend the civil rights of people no matter how or where they were born. We are not going to negotiate on this. I thank you all for continuing to stand with us in this effort as we move towards justice. I know it is a long road and we have a long ways to go yet, but we will be here with you, supporting you all through the way. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, council members, for bringing this resolution once again to the city of Sacramento, and certainly proud that we raised the flag out there. And it was noted that some cities are not doing it this year, and so you can count on this city this year, and every year we'll raise the flag until next Monday. But it's not just one day, it's about every day of the year, recognizing our entire community. So certainly pleased that our city is leaning in and standing with our trans community. Councilmember Vang.
Thanks. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank Councilwoman Kaplan and Councilmember Pluckybaum for bringing this resolution to the council to consider, and just really want to thank all the advocates for the many years and decades of work that you've done in this community. Yeah, it was a really beautiful and powerful moment earlier today when we had an opportunity to raise the flag. And I just wanted to share with folks that, a couple years ago, the Pew Research poll came out and said that about 65% of Americans believe that they had never personally met someone who was transgender. And I just want to remind folks that trans folks are our neighbors. They're our colleagues, they're our coworkers, they're your nieces, your nephews, your cousins, your friends, right? And so today, it's definitely visibility for our transgender community, but it's really about human dignity, right? And the ability to live freely and love freely, right? And so I just want to say just thank you, and want to center all of you for the incredible work that you've done in the community. And I know that these are really tough times, especially with the federal administration and what we're seeing, the fear and anxiety from our diverse communities. And just thank you so much, for all the work that you do, the labor of love that you do each day to protect and to provide for our diverse communities. I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart.
I too want to thank council members Kaplan and Pluckybaum for this resolution. In some of the darker corners of our nation, we know that there are those who spread misinformation, who misgender, who intentionally stir the emotions of hate and rejection. Who seek to scapegoat those who they believe are other. And this is an important moment for all of us. And I hope that not only do we recognize this occasion tonight with this resolution by the raising of the flag, by what we do each and every day to live accepting all in our community, but we also inspire others to, whether in government or outside government, to stand up as well and reject the gospel of hate, to reject the effort to single out people who reject the efforts to divide us. Because we are stronger united than those who seek the opposite will ever be. And I'm proud to be here with all of you this evening and throughout our community life. I know that together, as human beings, we will prevail. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And I align myself with my colleagues, and I'm grateful not only for Councilmembers Kaplan and Pluckybon for bringing this forward, and for the organizations for all the work that you do on the ground every day. Also, our city employees who are also a part of this work and every day. One of the things that really struck me as I was standing out there and thinking about where we're at right now is one that I'm really proud to be on this council. Proud that we were the first city to protect our residents and to say that we're a sanctuary city for transgender individuals, but also that we're continuing forward, that we're not shutting up, we're not going to shy away when things get tough. And I think that when you look around the world in history, when there's the decline into fascism, what happens is people get more comfortable. The first thing gets taken away and they say, oh, well, I don't want to lose my federal funding. And I don't want this next thing to happen, so I won't say anything, or maybe I won't put the flag up. Or maybe we won't use that terminology when we're submitting our grant applications. But then the next thing becomes the next thing, becomes the next thing, and before you know it, people's rights are taken away. And I think that the best way to guard against that is to speak out, to be loud, to speak out often, and to reaffirm the commitments that we've made and where we're at as a council. And so I'm really proud that this is here tonight. I think it's very appropriate timing and just really grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Talamantes.
You are loved and supported here in Sacramento, and I'm proud to be an ally.
Thank you. I mean, what said has been so eloquently, but I just want to remind folks that while we are here to say we see you, I see all the work that you do for everyone else. And I see everyone here who's gone out there and volunteered for the needs of other people, others individuals, others kids, and I appreciate you.
If you'd like to say a couple words.
I'd like to thank the council, Mayor, again for this proclamation and recognizing Transgender Day of Visibility at a time when transgender rights are under attack, right? I think we are cognizant that other cities have pulled back their support and not done flag raisings, and the city of Sacramento has stood strong in the face of the current environment. I always like to use Transgender Day of Visibility to highlight some of the issues that the community faces. Transgender people are more likely to face housing insecurity. The city of Sacramento goes above and beyond to create funding streams to fund shelters that are inclusive of all identities, such as the ones at the Sacramento LGBT Community Center. Transgender people are more likely to face employment discrimination, more likely to face harassment, more likely to face violence, and a litany of other issues. But I think the work that we all do as advocates, the work that the community does, and then the work that all of you do in your respective seats helps to hopefully stem some of the flow of that. So just again, thank you for all that you do for your city. I think earlier today we were in a press conference, and the thing that I said was transgender people make up less than 1% of the population. So at a time when transgender rights are under attack, we need the 99%, right? We need everyone else, everyone who's in these council chambers. We need folks like yourselves, folks in the audience, and the folks behind me that show up for the trans community and help protect us, especially in times like this. Thank you.
Mayor, would you like to join us? I'd like to call in even our city employees are within the LGBTQ community. Come on up. We'll take a picture. Mayor, like to join us?
Sorry.
Our next presentation is for Cesar Chavez Day, presented by Mayor Pro Tem Guerra.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Here, I'm very honored to present and recognize Cesar Chavez Day, Cesar E. Chavez Day, for a person who inspired a movement, and a movement who inspired people and to make change. Cesar Chavez Day is actually a California holiday as well as a city holiday, but it's Cesar Chavez Day of Service. I think Cesar Chavez himself would have rejected a day name being named after him. And that movement that he inspired so many individuals. And I'm going to ask them to come up here who have done the work on behalf of the movement of the not just farm workers, but equality and the rights of individuals. Our own District 6 commissioners, Manuel Buenrostro, Isaac Gonzalez, Victoria Vasquez, and with her daughter as well, our commissioner here. From the Lowrider Commission, Francine Mata and Natalie Luna, as well, the lowriders, and back when Bishop Gallego was here, the lowriders were advocating for the farm workers because many of them were farm workers themselves. Ed Perez, who is with RD 1000 and a member of the city's Filipino American community, and Romer Cristobal, who also with SCIU. They'll give us a little more details about the annual Cesar Chavez March that SCIU has supported in the past, but and the efforts that PAPA have done to recognize the work of farm workers, those specifically with the leadership of Filivera Cruz and Larry Leong. Marbella Salas, our Measure U Commissioner in the Gardenland Neighborhood Association, who are doing their own. That's right. And who are doing their own gardening themselves out there in Northgate Gardenland as well. Anthony Uribe, the Parks Commissioner in our county, but also working for Congressman Ami Vera there, former intern over there as well from our office. Javier, also in District 2, with the Latinx Young Dems of Sacramento, and they've been doing this work of recognizing the movement to support those of struggling workers and ensuring that our young folks in the future remember those efforts. From the Latino Democratic Club, as well, doubleheader here, Manuel Buenrostro, Mayra Arce Moreno, Director of Programs from La Familia Counseling Center. La Familia Counseling Center, they were out here in Sacramento helping out farm workers, giving vaccines and health care in the fields, everyone. They've been going out to the fields here directly from Sacramento. Richard Alcala, who a veteran himself, thank you for your service, VFW Post 67, but has been not only supporting the arts community, but also is in Southside Park building a mural of all of our leaders, including Cesar Chavez, and who have done the work to recognize their efforts on the new mural at Southside Park. We heard a little bit about that during the budget hearing today. Caroline Cavillas, who here was involved in our own work, not only with the Latino Economic Council and helping us with our efforts on hiring and recruitment, but she is on the steering committee for the Cesar Chavez Youth Leadership Conference that started by Sacramentans here, and now it's become the largest Cesar Chavez Youth Conference in California, giving young people a chance in leadership. From the Fuel Network, our attorneys who have been helping out our farm workers, who, by the way, they're not, if you go out into the rural area, there's not a lot of housing out there. So many of them live in Sacramento and they commute to the farmlands. And those that are helping them out with legal services here is the Fuel Network, Marcus Tang and Claudia Rios Manso, as well. Give them a big round of applause. On the far end over there, my sister, my fellow Hornet, my carnal over here, Ruth Ibarra from North Cal Resist, both of us who we started off in the College Assistant Migrant Program, both kids who worked in the fields ourselves and then have committed ourselves to making sure that people are not food insecure, providing food at the George Sims Center and throughout this area for families who need food and assistance. Roberta Alvarado, here our local photographer, documenting and bringing sure that all of these issues are, when we think about the farm worker movement, the Royal Chicano Air Force, through art, they documented and advocated. Let's give her a big round of applause. Gonzalez as well here from who have been with the Mexican American Cultural Center and the Latino Economic Council, working with so many of with their history in farm working, but making sure that traditions and cultures aren't lost. Well, as we do work, we sing with joy and continue that, and that was part of a big thing in this fight here. So Cesar Chavez came back after the war and realized after serving his country in the U.S. Navy that he was not being respected for his work. He was not being respected for the labor that he was providing and wanted equal recognition and dignity. And he came to Sacramento here and met many Sacramento leaders, our mayor, former mayor Joe Cerna, Cesar Chavez, along with Dolores Huerta, Philip Veracruz, and Larry Itleong, came here. And Sacramento itself, why we recognize it in Sacramento is because here in our city, we gave them the opportunity to voice their concerns at the state capitol to make change not only here but for the entire country. And since 1993, the city of Sacramento has recognized March 31st as Cesar Chavez Day, Day of Service, as a city holiday, continuing this movement that continues to say about it's not about an individual, it's about the fight for individual recognition of human dignity and the honor of their work. And so to discuss that is Mark Grossman, who worked hand in hand with Cesar Chavez, our own city of Sacramento resident from Curtis Park. Mark Grossman, let's give him a big round of applause for the United Farm Workers.
Thank you, Mayor and members. On behalf of the United Farm Workers, we want to express our gratitude to Council Member Guerra for this honor. Cesar had a little-known avocation. He sometimes had trouble keeping secretaries or office workers. When he spotted young people with talent, especially if they came from a farm worker or working-class family, he would convince them that they could be something more. You know, accountants, administrators, attorneys, negotiators. Sure, he wanted results in the office, but he saw the greater good of helping people fulfill their dreams some of them didn't even know they had at the time. He literally gave hundreds of young women and men opportunities no one would have given Cesar Chavez when he was a young migrant worker with an 8th grade education. And wasn't that what he wanted for farm workers too? The chance to be able to sit across the bargaining table from their employers as equals, so they wouldn't just have to take orders all their lives. His mission was really about empowerment. And just an observation, I think it's very fitting that the first 2 items on your agenda follow each other, because Cesar unequivocally supported what was called gay rights back in the 1970s, long before it was popular. I met Harvey Milk accompanying Cesar to events in San Francisco in the mid-1970s. So for that, thank you so much, Council Member. We're very grateful.
Thank you very much, Mark. He has a long, consistent effort and work, and for our community here from Sacramento, from our own Curtis Park District 5, or no, now it's 7, may I say. And then also here to make some remarks about some of the work done today from the Fuel Network. I'd like to bring up Marcus Tang, as well as Cynthia, I think it is, from the Fuel Network here, because of their commitment and their work that they've been doing for our city here for the last 8 years, making sure that people have access to legal rights. The laws aren't good if they can't defend themselves with them.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. It's Claudia.
Claudia.
Which is fine. But we just want to, express our gratitude to the City of Sacramento for this meaningful recognition in honor of Cesar Chavez, whose legacy continues to inspire the fight for dignity, equity, and justice for farm workers, working families, and immigrants. Fuel, or the Sacramento Family Unity and Education and Legal Network for Immigrants, carries the spirit forward every day, standing alongside immigrants, farm workers, and underserved communities through legal advocacy, education, and organizing.
We work alongside amazing partners, many of whom are here today, who already provide these services to the community and are experts in the field. Fuel seeks to uplift ongoing community efforts and identify needs that arise. Thank you to our partners for providing services with dignity and respect to the community they serve. As we celebrate this resolution, we also remember that the work to which Cesar Chavez dedicated his life is far from over. Many farm workers and immigrants continue to face unsafe conditions, barriers to basic rights, and the ongoing threat of family separation. Fuel remains committed to building a future where every worker and every immigrant is seen, valued, and protected. Thank you for standing with us.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. For all the hard work of Fuel, give them a big round of applause. Would be something that probably Cesar would say, well, why are we doing this? You know, you have to have some action. And to talk a little bit about what you can do. What can people do is Ed Pettis to talk here. SEIU has been a constant supporter of ensuring that the Cesar Chavez March happens every year. Ed, how can people? Ed, our RD1000 local elected member, how can the public participate in this effort?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Guerra, for the invitation. And it's great to see the community behind here to help us celebrate Cesar Chavez Day. Speaking about action, that's one thing Cesar and the movement really was pushing for, is issues about not just thinking about talk about what to do, but actually taking action. So we actually do have the Cesar Chavez March coming up on March 29th. It begins at Southside Park. So if you want to show support for what Cesar and movement stood for, that would be one opportunity to do that. But I did want to mention, because I know we're going to hear a lot about all the historic work that Cesar did, but I just want to remind folks that behind every successful community organizer, there's a community that helps support it. And I want to mention three specific things. Number one, you already mentioned Philip Veracruz and Larry Leon and all the Filipino Manongs that stood side by side with Cesar and the United Farm Workers on that struggle. And also, they had a lot of mentors, and one of them is actually somebody that passed away recently, but you know, there were a lot of people that supported Cesar along the way. But I also wanted to thank SEIU, particularly SEIU Local 1000, the State Employees Union, because 25 years ago, a lot of members of SEIU stood together, along with other proponents of the bill that created the Cesar Chavez holiday. Believe it or not, it was 25 years ago. And I see a few of them here. We have Rudy Barra, Romer Cristobal, Rudy Almada, I think I saw him earlier, and a few other folks.
And I think the mayor was working in the legislature at that time when it was introduced.
Yes. We still remember the 25,000 postcards and petitions that we had to deliver to Governor Davis at the time. So, but I did want to mention one final thing regarding the intersection of issues regarding LGBT rights, transgender rights, workers' rights, farm workers' rights. You know, with all the stuff happening in Washington, D.C., you know, in Spanish, all that is called la lucha, the struggle. And here we are 25 years later. La lucha is continuing. So, viva la lucha, viva Cesar Chavez.
La lucha sigue. Yes. Thank you. Great. Thank you very much. As our mayor, before I pass it over here to our mayor, you know, I wanted to just, you know, many people forget that the city of Sacramento's insignia, if you could look up there, they're rows, they're crop rows, you know, and those don't get picked by themselves. So it is our history, and it's one that we should continue to support. So with that, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for this opportunity.
Councilmember Vang first.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem Guerra did an amazing job, so I'll keep my comments short. I really just want to take this moment to thank Mayor Pro Tem Guerra for bringing this resolution to honor Cesar Chavez's life and legacy. You know, one of my favorite quotes from Cesar Chavez is, "If you really want to make a friend, go to someone's house and eat with them." The people who give you their food, give you their heart. And I share that quote because it's one of my favorite quotes from him, is because all of you right now, because you're being recognized for the great work that you do, is that you give your heart to community day in and day out. And I want to say thank you for that, right? From workers' rights to immigrant rights, everything that you all do, you're really at the forefront. We're elected officials up here, but really we follow your lead in terms of the work that you do. So thank you for continuing his legacy. And I know he's looking down, just really, really proud of our community in Sacramento. So thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Council Member, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I know that our former late Mayor Joe Serna and Cesar Chavez would both be proud, but perplexed by this attention to them all these years later. But as Ed said, we have a lot of work to do. La lucha sigue, and so this is the culmination of not just 25 years of the holiday of remembering, but 50 plus years of working on behalf of people without a voice. And that's what we do every day. We have fancy titles, and I'm always reflected that when you look about history of our society, it's not people up here who are on the dais, who we see in the community. You call us honorable and assembly member and council member and mayor. It's people without a title who have made the biggest difference. Cesar Chavez, Mahatma Gandhi, across the globe, people who really stepped up, Rosa Parks. And so, for those people in the community to remember today, it's not all of us, it's you that can continue the work to make sure we make a difference here in Sacramento in these trying times across our nation. So Sacramento has stepped up and honored Cesar Chavez and the farm workers, as council member said, for decades. And when the farm workers came up here in March, it was our community, and even a few years ago, me and you and Supervisor Phil Serna raised money for farm workers to get burritos when they wanted to make sure they had food to stay out there and march from Stockton to Sacramento to get the governor to sign a bill to bring economic justice to our workers who work in the field. So the work continues, but Sacramento is a special place in the heart of this movement. So certainly proud that we honor Cesar Chavez Day. And thank you, Councilmember, for bringing this resolution. I sat in your same seat and honored the Chavez family for a decade here doing the same thing. So the work continues.
Thank you. And the real way to do a clap for this, everybody knows. Siga, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind joining us here down with everyone.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much to everyone that joined us today for these really important resolutions to embrace inclusivity and make sure that everyone can call Sacramento home safely. We are moving along to the consent calendar. Are there any members that would like to pull some items? Okay, Councilmember Kaplan.
To speak briefly on item 7.
Councilmember Maple.
Brief comments on item 2.
2. Oh, and then I erased whoever punched up. Anyone else?
I think it was Roger.
Oh, Councilmember Dickinson.
Comment on item 14.
Item 14. Sending anyone else? Okay, well then let's get started. We'll do item number 2.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Just really quickly, I just want to uplift that, this is an addendum to the Florin Road Vision Zero Safety Project, but obviously there's been a lot of conversation in recent months and years about Vision Zero and pedestrian safety on our streets. And so this is just one of the many projects that our incredible city staff has not only gone out, done the hard work, gotten grants, pulled all the money together, and is actually doing real world improvements to one of the most dangerous corridors in our city, which is Florin Road. But now this new addendum is going to make sure that there are improved signaling, and also will extend it to Franklin Boulevard, which is so necessary. And so I'm really excited about this. And I just want to I know that we all do this, and we should just take every opportunity to uplift the work that the staff does on this, because these things don't happen overnight, and they don't happen by chance. They happen because of the hard work and dedication of our team. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Council Member. Moving along, Councilmember Kaplan on item number 7.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to highlight and thank our fire department for the work. They are just one of 3 agencies statewide to receive an additional amount of funding for the California Opportunity Youth Apprenticeship Program. With this funding, an additional 60 youth between the ages of 18 and 24 who are looking to enter and pursue career in fire and emergency medical services will be supported by receiving stipends and for training, equipment, uniform, and whatnot. In light of the shortage we know we're experiencing with our EMTs and paramedics in the region, it's so important that we invest in this next generation and support the programs that are creating those career pathways. So again, thank you for our fire department and city staff for securing this funding. Congratulations.
Great comments. And Councilmember Dickinson on item 14.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. In 1965, the Good Neighbors Child Development Center began a remarkable history, teaching 52 children in preschool at the Alum AME Church in Del Paso Heights. In 1989, the Sacramento Housing Redevelopment Agency made a loan to the what I call the good, have always called the Good Neighbors Club, to construct a facility just off of Grand Avenue in Del Paso Heights, where the Good Neighbors Child Development Center has been located ever since. And over the years, the number of children who have enjoyed the benefits of the Good Neighbors Club services are too numerous to count. But tonight we have with us Dr. Ollie Mack and board members from the Good Neighbors Club. I would like to ask them to rise and be recognized this evening, if they would, for their wonderful community service and contributions over many decades. And I'm not sure, I think Dr. Mack may have been the board president since the beginning. I'm not totally, no, not quite. But in any case, we're forgiving a loan here, but this loan has been repaid so many times over to our community that it is only right and appropriate that we take this action tonight. I want to also especially recognize Leslie Fritchie. Leslie, you take a bow too. Leslie Fritchie of our staff, who has been instrumental again for many, many years in helping the Good Neighbors Club, helping all of us and throughout the city, but especially in Del Paso Heights and District 2 generally. So it is a real pleasure to be able to do this, and this will lay the foundation for potential expansion of the Child Development Center as well, to do even more good work in the years ahead. So thanks so much.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you so much. All right, I'm looking for a motion and a second.
So moved. And second?
Oh,
And then
that's right.
public comment?
All right. Well, we have a motion and a second, and we'll do public comment.
We have 8 public speakers. Our first 3 are Michael Bevins, Kay Crum, and Isaac Gonzalez. If you can please line up in the aisle.
I don't know if I'm speaking on 2 items, 2 and 21. Am I speaking on just one?
You get 2 minutes.
2 minutes for either one of
The
those?
entire
Or
consent
both of them?
calendar.
Okay. Well,
Items 1 through 16 is the consent calendar.
okay, then all right. The number 2 is the Activation Transportation Commission. The Transportation Commission has a work plan, and my goal here today is, like, I think most of us agree that it's awesome. It's just now that it comes to you, you got the big, it's always decision of whether or not to fund it. Have a great plan, but if it's on the side, it doesn't really help us much. I know there's many decisions you have to make in terms of what to spend the money on, but for what it's worth, my less than 2 minutes, I just say road safety, road violence should be kind of up at the top, and this is a plan to help mitigate that. So thank you. Please fund it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kay Crum.
Hi, my name is Kay Crum. I'm one of the leaders of Strong Sacktown. I'm speaking on item 1. I just asked the City Council to support and agendize the Active Transportation Commission's annual report and work plan. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Isaac Gonzalez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Isaac Gonzalez, and I serve as the Vice Chair of the Active Transportation Commission. I'm here tonight to voice my strong support for the Commission's recommendations and work plan, and respectfully request that you prioritize its funding in the coming fiscal year. And I recognize that we're facing difficult choices due to a challenging budget. But investments in active transportation are not optional. They are foundational. The work plan we put together isn't a wish list. It's a strategy grounded in equity, safety, and long-term fiscal responsibility. These recommendations represent hundreds of hours of volunteer work, community feedback, and expert review. And they align directly with the city's adopted climate, health, and mobility goals. We cannot afford to delay the work of building safer, more accessible streets. The cost of inaction, which is traffic violence, health disparities, and neighborhood disconnection, are far greater than the modest investments we're asking for. Funding this work plan means safer routes to schools for our children, more independence for our seniors, and better options for residents who rely on walking and biking and transit every single day. So in these tight budget years, it's even more important to invest in solutions that provide the highest return. Active transportation does exactly that. So I urge you, fund this year's work plan. Let's build a city where every resident, regardless of age, income, class, creed, can move safely and freely. Thank you for your time and for your continued leadership.
Our next 3 speakers, Garrett Sheen for item 1, Alyssa Lee for item 1, and then Mac Worthy for item 5. If you could please line up in the aisle.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. My name is Garrett Sheehan. I at least believe I'm speaking to you on the pedestrian safety matter. Is that correct? All right. I am old enough to have witnessed.
I'm sorry, sir. What item are you speaking on?
Pardon me?
Are you speaking on the consent calendar?
we're going through the consent. Are you looking to talk about the active transportation item?
I thought I had an understanding I was going to be speaking about safety for pedestrians.
Wonderful. So that's item 21. If you'd like, we can
put you in that group.
Put you in that group for active transportation.
I can defer to others to get other work done.
No, we'll put you in the item that you want to speak on, so that'll come up later.
Okay, may I ask how much later?
Actually, Cammie, let's just reset the clock and please just give your comments.
Okay.
Oh, no, you can stay. Please stay. I don't want you. I'm sorry. Just resume your comments. Your comments apply to one of the items on the consent calendar.
All right. Well, I'm obviously confused, but I'm prepared to go ahead.
Okay, please go ahead, and my apologies.
Okay. I'm old enough and have been driving in California long enough to see the cultural changes occurring with regard to driving and transportation and automobiles in metropolitan areas. I think what has happened is that California drivers have developed an impatience as well as an inattentiveness that affects the safety of all of us who are on the road. I want to distinguish now between pedestrians in cars and cars in cars. So with regard to pedestrians in cars, what do the data reveal about injury and death? And what can be done to lower the accident rate? The data and regulations with regard to workers in dangerous traffic lanes is informative. Visibility is the key to fewer accidents. Cal-OSHA mandates that employees exposed to vehicular traffic hazards wear, especially during the hours of darkness, wear high visibility safety apparel meeting ANSI standards, and that includes vests, jackets, or shirts that have retro-reflective material visible to 1,000 feet. All right? Dark clothing, especially when it blends with the background colors or at night, is the pedestrian equivalent to the drivers not wearing a seatbelt. It's a matter of luck. If visibility is the key to pedestrian safety, then we should, I believe, allow pedestrians, if they wish, to get reflective vests or clothing so that fire stations in the metropolitan area.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your comment. Your time is complete. I'm sorry? Your time is complete. Your time is up.
I'm sorry. We do 2 minutes for every single person, but you can sign up again and we can speak on the last one.
Sir, your comments are complete. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for coming to the council chambers.
Thank you. Sir, your time is complete. Thank you. Alyssa Lee. After Alyssa, we have Mac Worthy, Nick Goling, and Keon Bliss.
Hello, my name is Elisa Lee. I live in District 4, and I'm speaking on item 1. I first repeat everything that Isaac Gonzalez said about the value of this Active Transportation Commission report. I would also like to see this agendized. I support all commission reports being agendized as a default measure. These commissions meet every month. They are appointed by council members and mayors. They have staff reports that spend multiple meeting times and hours to create them. They deserve to be discussed, especially when their report includes recommendations that really relate to funding that is needed in order to make the reports valuable and serve actual outcomes. So please agendize the item and make that a practice for future meetings. Thank you.
Mac Worthy.
We heard a lot about cannabis. Nobody brought up the real thing that would help the police department. Do you realize that you can't smoke your weed when you're in housing authority? Nobody brought that up. tell the people the truth. Now, who do you, and design to know that you tell the people you can't smoke your marijuana water there? Nobody said that. I have a friend, his mom was behind City College. She had to go outside to smoke her joint. Now, somebody gonna pay the piper here. The police department up to their neck. How many times that you get a call for smoking your joint that it become a penalty? Nobody said that. All those regulations you put in there, but you don't know where you are in the minimum capacity of business and safety for the people of drugs. America used the most drugs in any country in the world. That's reading China, sending it through Mexico to come here. If I was in another country, I'd get my drugs in Sacramento. I spoke years ago. A pill to get up and a pill to lay down. That would be an invisible soldier. That would be an invisible soldier, number 9. Code 19 came, didn't it? You can't hide behind the church and the synagogue no more. So you're years off target here by educating people. When you educate them in a way that they can't use it. Just speak common old knowledge. Say, look, you can't smoke your shit here. You got to go somewhere else. A lot of these people is the second and third generation of smoking. I don't say don't because I drink cognac. I don't get loaded. And wherever I can dance, I don't be drunk and driving. I don't stop once, and a friend of mine was a judge. I want every DNA there is, and I'll bet you the $100 in my pocket you won't find no alcohol. Right here, right across the street.
Thank you for your time, your comment. Thank you for your comment. Your time is complete. Nick Goling and then Keon Bliss.
Good evening, Council.
Welcome back.
Thank you so much. I was just thinking, it's been a minute since I've been at this podium, so good to see everybody again. Nick Galling, Chief Program Officer with the Gathering Inn. We are the city's previously and hopefully continually selected emergency shelter provider at the North 5th Emergency Shelter Program. Just wanted to start out with gratitude for the city. DCR, Rolf is back there. He's been a fantastic partner for us, providing great customer service and a lot of support as we've been there in that program since November 1st of just last year. Our mission statement at the Gathering Inn is to meet people where they are, inspire hope, and walk alongside them on their journey to sustainable housing. Over the last few months, what has that looked like? We have a mental health clinician that's working on site, providing group and individual clinical therapy for our guests. We're hosting employment and budgeting classes for our guests. They've been so well attended, we've had to add additional days throughout the week because so many people are interested in getting back on their feet. We have a partnership with a local in-tech college. They are providing their nursing students multiple times a week in our program to help tend to medical needs, basic medical needs that might come up for our guests. Sacramento County Heart Teams have been on site also twice a week enrolling people in behavioral health services. As a force multiplier during inclement weather, when the National Weather Service has determined that there'd be a warning or some other type of caution in place for weather events, we have surged for an additional 20 people to come in and get some safety and some stability and some care and some support. We've provided a total of more than 600 bed nights since November for that additional service. My favorite number to report is that to date, 65 people have moved into improved housing destinations out of that shelter program, and nearly half of those went directly to permanent housing. These are people that are no longer.
Thank you for your comment. Your time is complete.
Thank you so much for the partnership.
Thank you.
Thank you. Keon Bliss.
Just want to echo the comments that were spoken to item 1, but I'm really here to speak to item 16, specifically for the reason that the confusion that you just experienced with the previous speaker who wanted to speak on item 1 and 21. You have an opportunity with making amendments to the council rules of procedure where any single one of you, as our duly elected representatives, can make changes to council rules of procedures and make additional amendments besides the paltry one around standardizing the planning commission's end time. Because honestly, I've been coming to these meetings more very often as a community member since 2016, and I have seen the council rules change significantly. Most prominently starting after Black community members came out in force during the Stephon Clark protests that were happening in 2018. And I have seen the public off-agenda matters be moved to the end of the meeting, then the beginning of the meeting, and then back to the end. I have seen comment times reduced from 2 minutes, or from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. And I have seen the decorum officer be appointed as the city clerk, who rudely cuts people off after exactly 2 minutes, regardless of who you are. I can tell you 100%. If you don't like attitudes of speakers like me or other community members, I have one phrase for you. Attitude is a reflection of leadership. And frankly, cutting people, there is nothing respectful or polite about cutting somebody off on their microphone and limiting their comments to 2 minutes. There are many things you can do, such as extend our time limits or bring public matters not on the agenda back to the beginning, so that you can actually let people who, rather than having them wait for 2 hours until the end of the meeting, to actually participate.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your comment. Your time is complete. You have exceeded your speaking time. Please take your seat.
Thank you.
By continuing to speak, you are disrupting the orderly conduct of the meeting and are in violation of Chapter 5 of the City Council Rules of Procedure.
Thank you, Keon. Please take your seat.
If you do not stop, you will be ordered to leave the meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Keon. Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Can we please do a roll call vote?
I want to confirm that the motion was made by Councilmember Maple and then seconded by Councilmember Kaplan.
Correct.
Councilmember Kaplan?
Aye.
Councilmember Dickinson?
Aye.
Councilmember Pluckybaum? No. Councilmember Maple?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra?
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings?
Yes.
Councilmember Vang?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Talamontes?
Yes. Motion carries. And we're moving along to public hearings. Item number 17, Woodspring Suites Hotel Rezone. And we have Jose Quintanilla and Garrett to present.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Talamontes, members of the City Council. My name is Jose Quintanilla.
Please, we need quiet in the council chambers. We have staff presenting. Thank you.
My name is Jose Quintanilla. I am Associate Planner with the Department of Community Development. The item before you is P24013, Woodspring Suites Hotel Rezone, which is a request to develop a 4-story, 122-room hotel at 2270 Del Paso Road within the Natomas Crossing Plan Unit Development in North Natomas. Staff recommends approval of the following entitlements for this project: a rezone of the property from EC50 PUD to C2 PUD, a schematic plan amendment to the Natomas Crossing PUD to allow for hotels, and site plan and design review to construct the hotel and associated site improvements. Thank you. This concludes my presentation. Staff and the applicant team are here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on this item?
One public speaker, Mr. McWorthy.
And Mr. McWorthy, we're speaking about this item only. Your comments have to pertain to this.
You don't have to tell me that. I've been here before you was born. So keep, as I say, you speak out of terms that you got no authority to tell me what to say here. I'm on a freedom of speech. I said what the hell I want to say.
Okay, you have 2 minutes.
People, with that being a hotel, are you changing the name of it and putting people in there, but you're still using the TOT tax status? What you doing? See, if that's what you're doing, that's illegal. Whatever you do. For the hotels to have the TOT tax, and you got homeless people in there, they could not survive as a hotel, but you kept the name of it and put the homeless people in there. See, these are the things that I want to tell the Trump people when they come. Thugism here, that's what killing this city. Thugism, no professional at all. Thugism from here, there, thugism. You know you don't supposed to be using that hotel TOT tax. when you taking homeless money to house them there, that money's supposed to go back to housing the homeless folks. That's the reason that you need a private audit to come in and get you under oath of how that money be spent. And those that lie, put them in jail.
Are there any other speakers? Okay. Councilmember Kaplan?
I just want to clarify things. If fellow council members have questions, we do have the developer's attorney here, but we don't need to hear from attorneys. I just want to thank city staff because this is a construction of a brand new hotel. It'll bring the 11th hotel coming to North Natomas and an additional 122 rooms that will contribute to TOT so that we can bring increased tourism to not only North Natomas, but the city of Sacramento. And what I love about this is on the corner of a really busy intersection that's tucked away behind a commercial development. It's currently grassland. Nothing has been there as long as I have lived in Sacramento, and I think this is a great use because it's looked at employment area to change it and zone it for a hotel, because not only with the construction of this hotel, it's the closest hotel to our North Natomas Regional Park, Intercom, for baseball and whatever else. So we're very excited to have them come join our city. So I'd like to open and close this public hearing.
And I will second that. And are you moving the item as well?
Moving the item with all staff direction.
Okay, and I'll second that too. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Aye.
Aye.
Councilmember Pluckybon?
Aye.
Councilmember Maple? Councilmember Guerra?
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings?
Yes.
Councilmember Vang?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Talamontes?
Yes.
So I have Mayor McCarty and Councilmember Maple absent.
Perfect. All right, and now we're going to move along to item number 18, our city manager executive recruitment process, and I'm going to hand it off to Councilmember Jennings, who is going to kick us off. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, our executive recruitment firm and consultant, Pam Derby from CPS HR, will be presenting to us 3 items. Item number 1 will be updating us on her conversations with all of us here on the dais on what characteristics, skill sets, and attributes we want to see in our next city manager. Number 2, Pam will be updating us on what community engagement and outreach we want to see happen based on her conversations with each one of us. And then finally, number 3, Pam will be updating us on the total compensation survey that her firm completed for this hiring process. Throughout this process, we have focused on making sure that these conversations are happening in public. Sharing our process includes dates and times for when we would be meeting to discuss this process. The recommendation from CPS HR continue this process. They have been presented in a clear-cut schedule and outreach program. As a mayor and council, we have asked them to review the market for total compensation related to a city manager search. I appreciate how they have included our past compensation practices that included a recommendation for us to consider focused on bringing our compensation package in alignment with what others are providing. We have not shied away from having all the information in our past compensation packages reviewed and included in this analysis. I am grateful to each of my colleagues for taking the interview process with Pam seriously. And with that, without further ado, I'd like to welcome our CPS HR consultant, Pam Derby, to the podium.
Good evening, council and council. Vice Mayor, I don't see there we go. So this evening, as Councilmember Jennings mentioned, since the last time I was here, I've met with each one of you, some in person, some via Zoom, to talk about the characteristics that you're looking for in the next city manager, the engagement process that you are looking for with the community and stakeholders, and also we did do a very extensive salary survey in conjunction with your HR department. So the things we'll be talking about, again, the ideal candidate attributes, stakeholder engagement, the recruitment timeline as well, and the salary study results. So when I spoke with each of you, you talked about the attributes you were looking for in the next city manager. And I can summarize them in these 7 categories, but I'll give you a little bit more. You did receive a very extensive packet in your agenda that summarized all of it. I don't want to, will be a very long meeting if I go over all of it. But the first was fairness, transparency, and council relations, which is treating all council members equally, fostering trust and transparency, building strong relationships, adapts to your communication styles, and securing consensus. The second is leadership and organizational culture, which you agreed was setting a culture of efficiency, collaboration, and customer service, and leading by example, empowering the staff, and valuing innovation. We also talked a lot about public engagement and community connection, and you all actively support engaging with the residents, businesses, and diverse communities. You'd like to see the next city manager do all of those things. You want the next city manager to listen to public concerns and prioritize inclusive decision-making with all of you. You want someone with experience and strategic vision. So an experienced leader with California-specific expertise, knowledgeable in governance, public safety, finance, and infrastructure. You want someone with good decision-making skills, good governance skills, so they're skilled in policy implementation, labor relations, and data-driven decisions. You want to have them ensure that they're effective project follow-through and operational excellence with staff. You want a visionary leader who believes in innovation, so uniting the council and staff under a shared vision and tackling key issues like homelessness, housing, and modernization. And last but not least, of course, is integrity and professionalism. You want someone who respects the governance structure, acts with integrity, and avoids political entanglements. You want some committed to leaving Sacramento in a better state. So in total, you're looking for a strategic, adaptable leader who fosters teamwork, drives results, and strengthens public trust. The next thing we talked about was all the community engagement, stakeholder engagement. There were very many, there were several different, I need to go back. Several of you had different ideas regarding engagement. So, but you do want, most of you do want to expand community engagement as a whole, and certainly you had different ideas though about how we would do that in this process. So you want to increase outreach to diverse communities, especially in North and South Sacramento. You'd like to see partnering with nonprofits to engage underrepresented groups and gathering community and staff input in this process early to help shape your decision making. You want to have a structured but efficient process, community engagement, stakeholder engagement for this process. So you want to balance community input with efficiency. So some council members do prefer meetings, others do not. You want us to use structured, interactive stakeholder meetings instead of open mic sessions, meaning that if we do town hall meetings, that they have a structure to them. They have 2 to 3 different questions that we're asking and that we stick to those questions. Your preferred methods were surveys, breakout sessions, and virtual town halls. You also talked about key stakeholder groups to engage. You know, these would include community groups, business and economic leaders, labor organizations, obviously staff, charter officers, department heads, et cetera. So staff and leadership input, we're looking at speaking with the charter officers, certainly having a survey that the department heads and staff, an online survey that they can participate in. And then, so we would get those internal perspectives to help you identify what their leadership priorities are. So you're really prioritizing a balanced, efficient engagement process, ensuring diverse input. You favor structured stakeholder discussions, surveys, and targeted outreach. You want early input from staff, business, labor, and community groups, and you believe that's essential for trust and informed decision-making. And obviously, it helps with the transparency. So the timeline for this, and again, there was a much more robust timeline in your agenda, but so between the last time we spoke on February 28th and today, it's been a planning and preparation period. I've spoken with all of you. Some of you have started to send me community groups that you'd like us to speak with, and we have already started to schedule some of those interactions. Those are Zoom meetings, et cetera, talking to different groups. We believe that with the engagement activities that we are suggesting, which is a combination of online survey, virtual town hall meetings, and in-person town hall meetings, obviously all of those conversations with community groups, we expect we'd be hearing from, working with your chiefs of staff to identify some of those groups, that would last until April 21st. After that period, we'd be putting together all the recruitment materials. That would includes the marketing brochure, placing the ads, et cetera. The active recruitment period, we are suggesting that this posts on May 5th and that we have a final filing date or an open till filled date with the first resume review date of June 9th. So that's a 5-week period that this would be posted. We'd be out there doing aggressive outreach and looking for candidates. Selection activities, which would include CPS HR doing comprehensive screening interviews with those candidates that meet the minimum qualifications. The council doing at least 2 sets of interviews with those candidates. And we would anticipate that wrapping up by the end of July. After you've identified a candidate, then we would do reference checks. Actually, we tend to do reference checks on your final candidates, on all of them. So if you have 2 to 3 finalists you want to speak with, we do our comprehensive reference checks on all of those finalists. And then when you have identified a candidate and we help negotiate the employment agreement with you, et cetera, and do the final background check. In California, we cannot do a criminal background check until a job offer is on the table because of ban the box. But certainly that would take place at that point. But I would assure you also that any candidates that we recommend that you speak with, we will have already done a significant media check on those individuals that will have gone through the firm that we use. We do it in-house and a firm that we use to do all of those media checks. So any candidate that we recommend to you, all of that will have been done ahead of time. So the salary study there was a salary study done, I believe, a year to 18 months ago or so. The P and PE committee did ask us to do another supplemental study. We did expand the organizations that we looked at that were not included in that previous study. But I will say that our findings were not that dissimilar from what was identified in the report, in the salary study that was done by the HR department. And so one of the things that we did, we conducted this comprehensive analysis and we included actual salary and total compensation. We also incorporated cost of living adjustments and compared data with multiple agencies to assess competitiveness. We evaluated total compensation elements, including base salary, deferred compensation, car phone allowances, longevity, other paid incentives, and value of both leave and employer-paid health benefits. Now, one of the things that you have heard repeatedly in the media, et cetera, is that Mr. Chan was the highest paid city manager in the state of California, which we found is not to be true. There are obviously factors that weigh into that. Obviously, some of the places that they look for that information, it's not the same as it is if you look at say, the state controller's office and the way that it's reported. One of the things that skewed Mr. Chan's salary was that there was a supplemental leave incentive that was provided to him of 2,320 hours. There was a payout with that of $200,000. So that significantly inflated the total compensation, which then distorted your market comparison somewhat. I would anticipate that that's not something that you would be negotiating with the next city manager. It's not the norm, and so that would not play into your negotiations. But we do want to be transparent about the fact that it was there, and that did help inflate what your total compensation package looked like. When we do the assessment and we look at all of these surrounding cities, we looked at other cities in the state with comparable populations, et cetera, the salary only is actually 3% behind the market average. When we look at the total compensation, if you included that leave incentive, it's 47% above the market. But the reality is that I assume you wouldn't be negotiating that. So the total compensation is 5% behind the market average. So we are recommending that you reduce, obviously, or eliminate that supplemental leave incentive. You are going to be negotiating anything that you do with the city manager. Obviously, we would suggest that you're doing performance evaluations every year, that you're sitting down with the city manager, coming up with those goals and objectives so that you can be looking at that salary on an annual basis, looking at what those incentives are. They should be looking at those things with you. We suggest aligning the severance with standard practices. Right now, that's 6 to 12 months of severance for most city managers in the state. New city managers, if it's their first city manager appointment, they've been an assistant city manager, most of them are getting a starting of 6 months. So, and then we recommend increasing possibly deferred compensation and then modifying the minimum and maximum salary range. So right now, what we are suggesting is the 10% minimum range would be 273, 311, and the top of the range would be 420, 684. Now, obviously, I defer to the city attorney because I'm sure that that's something that would need to be voted on to extend that salary range. But those are our recommendations at this point. So questions and comments? So you're done? I am done. I'm trying. My apologies, Mayor. I'm trying.
Thanks, Pam. Just a few things. One, thank you so much for taking the time to meet with all of us individually to get our insight and just feedback on what we want to see. So several things. One, the first piece is around the recruitment process, but let me do that part last since you just talked about the salary. So the range that you're providing, you said that 273,000 at the low range to 420. Is that the entire compensation packet? Or is that just a salary?
That's just base salary.
That's just base salary. So this doesn't include.
Correct.
So the 420,000 in terms of your recommendation does not include like health or anything. This is just
Correct.
the base salary. Okay.
Correct.
So that's important to know. I think just because in PMP I was the one who asked for that that analysis and comparisons. I appreciate the chart in the packet as well in comparison to the similar size city. So I really appreciate that. So yeah, that will be up for debate and discussion among my colleagues. So looking forward to that conversation. And then I just had a question regarding the recruitment process. I reviewed the timeline that you presented and saw that community and care holders, can we go back to the timeline? If you can go back to the timeline real quick.
Yeah.
That community and care holders were part of the early process of the timeline. So when I looked on the timeline, it was around late March, April, the engagement activities. And I'm assuming, if you can reconfirm that, the engagement activities, really the purpose of that is to get community feedback in order to shape the qualities in the application before it
Correct.
goes. Okay,
We would
great.
be having that conversation in those town hall meetings, in the conversations with the organizations that you would provide to us. You know, it's always, what are the attributes that you're looking for the city manager to be successful? We certainly are curious about what they'd like to see the city manager working on in the first year to 2 years. What are their priorities? And we think all of this information helps you. It helps you come up with the questions that we ask them. It helps us come up with the questions. It helps us look for the right types of candidates in the active recruitment. And then also, you know, we're certainly curious about anything else that they might like to add. But we do want to keep it to 2 to 3 standard questions, give a half hour or so for each question to let people provide that feedback. We would provide you with a report regarding that. We've done this for many organizations, and then provided a very comprehensive feedback. And the other person that it's really important for is the new city manager, because it provides them with some early feedback about some of the things that the community and NGOs, CBOs, et cetera, have been talking about.
Okay, great. Yeah, no, I appreciate, you know, that you heard from my colleagues and I that community and care holders participation is really critical to the process. So really great to see the engagement activities. But I did notice that as we move through the timeline, that we didn't have any community involvement in the semifinal stage, which, you know, every elected might have their own perspective of like, should we include community as part of that process? So I just want to put on record that I'm one of the council members that would like to see community be part of that process. And I say that because at the end of the day, for me, I understand that mayor and council, ultimately, at the end of the day, we get to decide, we do the hiring, right? But for me, seeing community participate in some kind of ways, whether that's NDA or like a panel, I would love to see that be part of the semifinal round. My colleagues may not agree with me, but I just want to put that on record that that's really important for me. But I just wanted to ask you, because I didn't see that as part of the timeline, but wanted to ask you a few questions. One, are there best practices that we've seen during semifinalist rounds in other city? If it hasn't been done, would love to hear from you, given, you know, the mini city manager process that you've been part of. You know, what are the pros and cons of that, right? Because I would like to see it. I've heard from my own constituent, yes, council member, you and the mayor and the council is the ultimate, you know, decision maker in terms of the hiring, but we would love to engage throughout the process, not just shaping the applications and the quality, right? So we'll love to hear a little bit from you, because I didn't see that on the timeline, so.
Certainly. So one of the things I will say about California is that that is not a typical process. There are other states that always have some type of a meet and greet, possibly some type of community engagement. But here in California, for the most part, councils or boards of supervisors tend to do the interviews themselves. It certainly can be done, and we have done it in the past. I do believe that it has a dampening effect on your active recruitment. There are, especially for those candidates who are happy in their current jobs and they're considering this, you know, where I've seen it happen is, you know, the candidates are not employed or they're running away from something, frankly. You know, they're not happy, they're employed, but they're not happy in their current position. They're all willing to do this because they want the next job. But those passive candidates, those are the candidates you really want us to engage in and engage with to try and encourage them to apply. Doing those public processes, if they're with the council that, you know, they're happy in their position, we don't want to jeopardize their current employment. And many of them will see that as if they have to do something public and their name gets out there before they're ready to announce it to their board, they could decide not to apply. Because in states like Colorado, they do it all the time, and Arizona, but we don't typically do it in California. Not that we haven't done it. If it happened, if this council decided that's something they wanted to happen, I would suggest that it has to be a very tightly managed process, that anyone who is not part of the council has to sign an NDA, that, you know, it's a small group. Each council member maybe picks one person to sit on some type of community panel. The other thing about that is then how do you decide who that person is in a city of, you know, almost 600,000 people? It just can raise a lot of concerns, but it's possible to be done, and we have done it.
Okay. And then the other question I'm asking is that, is the reason why that's not on the timelines because when you were interviewing all of us, that wasn't a consensus?
Correct.
Okay, just want to put that on record. Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Dickinson.
Thanks, Mayor. I thought I had raised my microphone, so. The protocol, different protocol. Pam, I just wanted to ask whether it is typical to specify in the solicitation or in the announcement a salary range, or instead use salary negotiated based on experience, qualifications, that kind of language.
So in California, it is now illegal not to have a salary stated. So
Well, I
you
guess that
either have
answers-
to state a range or up to a top number, but there has to be some type of salary number in there.
Okay, okay. I didn't know that applied to this kind
It
of.
applies to across the board.
Vision. Okay. That answers that question. As to the earlier exchange with Councilmember Vang, I certainly would, based on my experience, urge that while we do active outreach and engagement of community members at the stage that you were describing earlier in the process, as we come down to the selection, that be the council. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. Just from a standpoint of performance evaluation, can you speak to what works well or what you have used in the past? that works well?
Certainly. So, and we've even helped do some of these onboarding processes at times, but, you know, a good city manager and, you know, who is skilled at city management, has come up in the profession, they're going to want to sit down with all of you and set goals and expectations. I mean, I ask every candidate when I'm doing a screening interview, what do you need from the council to be successful? And 9 times out of 10, they're going to say, I need clear expectations, I need communication, and those are the top 2 answers. And so so that there's 9 of you, so that you can the city manager can try and keep the ship moving in the same direction that everyone is looking for. If you can sit down with everyone and at least get a top 4 or 5 things you're looking for the city manager to accomplish during a year, then you have something to evaluate them on, and you ensure that, number 1, the salary stays with market, that you know what their performance is. It's like any employee. They're your only employee. So the 9 of you then have to come together and decide what that performance evaluation is going to look like. There are many consulting firms that help with those evaluations for councils. We've been doing it at CPS for 20 plus years.
Great. And then my final question is, from July 29th to August 8th, you say those are the final steps. And I just want to know what's in those final steps. And I think more importantly, what I'm trying to get to is, when should the first day on the job be?
So I would anticipate if everything is done by August 8th, then you approve, if you approve a employment agreement in the first part of August, that someone would be starting, no later than the first part of October. That's usually, some city managers have very long resignation timeframes in their agreements, but that's something, you don't want someone who would give their current employer less than 30 days in a job like this. So you're looking at least 30 days probably, and if they have to relocate, et cetera. Some places will start a soft start, as we call it, so that someone's coming in as they're doing their relocation. But usually you're looking at 30 to 45 days, maybe 60 on the outside.
We'd be talking about September, October. Okay.
I know there was some talk of even the end of the year. I don't think that's going to be, we've built in a lot of time in this timeline.
I just want to thank Councilmember Rick Jennings for his leadership on this. Cal HR, thank you for interviewing all of us. I too, as I stated, having done this a lot, believe that a robust upfront public process, it just gets a little murky when we go towards the end of having people sign NDAs and keeping things confidential. It's typically doesn't happen. Not that I don't trust my colleagues. I just say, let's keep it with us when we make the final decision, because ultimately it's us who hire and fire everybody else. But I support the direction. I support the timeline. I'm looking to see if Councilmember Jennings needs anything added to this. If he'd like to make the motion, of which I'd gladly second.
Please.
I heard Councilmember Jennings make the motion to approve direction on Cal HR and the process for the timeline, and I'll second that.
Motion?
Motion made.
Okay. You have a second? Yeah, we have a motion and a second. I just wanted to reiterate, this was the only topic we discussed for the first 8 council meetings that I was mayor. And funny thing, it all got smoothed out once we gave you the ball. So, yeah,
Football analogy.
Lesson to be learned. So, yes, we asked you to take the lead on this, and here we are. And certainly, we're confident that the firm that we hired is going to, find us the best fit for the city of Sacramento. It's a tough job. I know there's one unicorn out there that's ready to step up and do this position. So
The good news is we just finished Water Forum Executive Director a few days ago, and the panel said that all the candidates they interviewed were excellent and asked us how we had done that. So
okay.
A plug from the Water Forum.
Yeah. Well, thank you. So with that, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. We had two. We didn't reverse this time.
We have two public
public comments. Yes.
The first one is Macworthy, and the second one's for Elisa Lee.
That's on you. Remember what we said?
Okay. Now, some things here. Last time she mentioned the Brown Act. She didn't mention nothing about the Brown Act. Now she skipped all the way to Chan. I don't think she would hide to defend Chan. I think that's out of her territory. That's out of her territory. Now, you had 5 city managers. Is this going to be the lead city manager? Were Chan the lead city manager? That woman not supposed to go because she knew. Now, here, where the long leg, Sharon, she always said, I'm attorney. This woman here couldn't even identify who broke the Brown Act. Was you in that meeting? See, these are the things you're going to have to do here. People, community groups, see, community groups is the people who vote these people in. People like me, they're not going to invite me to talk to nobody because I'm going to ask the real questions. Where did you manage a city this size before? That's the question we're going to ask. How many people had Rick Jennings interviewed or choose to have a job? He never, because he never been in the business. But you put him in a position to choose a woman here, going to go back and go refer to the attorney. Then the attorney don't say a word. We ain't going to look at your criminal record till after we say we're going to hire you. Now, you go on a job, the first thing they're going to do is run your criminal record down. Why is the privilege here? That's not equal justice. That's not equal justice, people. How many people that you know that have managed the city this size or been involved in any government management the size of Sacramento? Ain't there? Your community groups are the people that you going to use to vote and going to get a couple dollars. Those are nonprofit. That's the reason IRS told me you got 3,000 nonprofits. So how can we really bring the truth in if we don't go to court and put them on the witness stand? We never will. This will be a whole house of government after I'm dead and gone because that woman there is supposed to be out of here.
Hi, my name is Elisa Lee. I live in District 4. It would have been nice if comments were taken before the questions, because I did have a few. One was, I appreciate the transparency on the timeline, and I noticed engagement activity starts tomorrow. I feel like it's possible they may take longer than, given that there's time needed to alert the community and plan those events. So I hope there's room in that schedule for flexibility, though I'm sure none of us want to drag out the process any longer. I also wanted to point out that council and commissions are on recess for July 7th through 18th during the selection activities portion, and I wonder if that's going to be affected. And I bring up the commissions because I'd like to urge that the commissions are part of both the selection activities and the engagement activities sections. I think that they would be fantastic groups to be part of the process, to talk about what their experience has been and how they would like to support. And finally, I think one of the big challenges for the city manager entering the next year is to really contend with our structural deficit. So while I know this is mostly about process, but I think looking for candidates who, are not going to be afraid of really tackling that head on and trying new creative things, looking at the ways other cities are taking on public financial transparency dashboards. I know we're not LA, but it's been really impressive to see what LA City Controller Kenneth Mejia has been doing to educate the community on the state of LA's finances. So I think really looking at how are they not just going to be great supervisors, great bosses, great team players, but also people who really are not afraid to take on the challenge of our deficit. Thank you.
Okay.
Concludes public comment. We do have a motion and a second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Jennings and a second from Councilmember Kaplan.
Yes, we do. Please call the roll. Oh, I'm sorry. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any noes or abstentions? Seeing none. See, Roger, the whole call the roll and the mic up. You're confusing me on those
I'm
old.
looking up at the board trying to see
I
what
know.
the vote is.
Yes. 9-0.
We're good?
Yes.
Next item, item 19, the fiscal year 2023 to 2024 risk management annual report.
To hear this again.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Pat Flaherty, Risk Manager for the Risk Management Division of the HR Department. Tonight, we have the fiscal year 23-24 Risk Management Annual Report for your review and discussion. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have regarding the report. Additionally, we thought this was a good time to provide council with information regarding the increasing insurance costs the city and public entities in California and nationwide have been experiencing. So we have two guest speakers who are experts in the field. We have Rick Brush, Chief Members Service Officer of PRISM. Where are you guys? There's Rick. And we have Kevin Bibler, Senior Vice President at Alliant Insurance Services. Alliant is the city's insurance broker and also the broker for PRISM as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to Rick. Let's see our presentation.
Outstanding. Pat, thank you very much. Mayor, members of council, thank you so much for the time on the agenda this evening. We will be brief. We understand you've had a lot on your agenda and there's more to come. But I want to start off with a little bit of an overview of who is PRISM. So if I could. PRISM is a joint powers authority. PRISM was established back in 1979. And PRISM exists for one reason and one reason only. We are here to provide the best coverage at the best rate and to help you manage your risk and to help you manage your claims. This is business critical type of stuff. What you did earlier in the agenda this evening, those were heartfelt issues. Those were social grace. That was outstanding, and I'm glad I witnessed all of your public service and everything you do. This is business-critical type of information, and that's why we want to bring this into focus right now. So the city of Sacramento joined PRISM back in 2005. As I said, we started in 1979, but some of the information you can see here on your screen is that we've grown over time. We have about 70% of the cities in the state. We have 54 of the counties. Overall, we have about 2,100 public entities that are members of PRISM. And why do they come to PRISM? So that they can get coverage. We are not insurance, we are a pool. So they come to us to have coverage for property, liability, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, crime, cyber, all of these different areas. And tonight what we're going to do is give you a brief overview of what's going on in the market for general liability and for workers' compensation, two critical coverages that you are involved with us for. So, as I say, PRISM is not traditional insurance. The reason that we are here is we bring together the contributions of all of these members to do a couple of very basic things. We need to bring in enough money from every member in an equitable way in order to pay claims, in order to purchase reinsurance that attaches above your own individual self-insured retention. We also use our economies of scale so that not only when we go to the reinsurance market, we are able to get you the best price, but when we put together the service offerings for you, we are able to negotiate on behalf of 2,100 public agencies. So yes, we get the best service at the best price on behalf of all of our members. The other things that we do is we have the administration, and that's who PRISM is. We're handling the administration of the Joint Powers Authority. Kevin, who's going to be up in a moment, is going to talk about what the consultants do for us in terms of getting reinsurance and in terms of giving a consulting on market updates and such, just like we're going to do tonight. One of the ways that we offset all of these expense is through the investment opportunities that we have. I'll talk a little bit more about that, but one of the things that you see here is that contributions are based on an annual budget. Our members very much value the fact that at our core, we want to do things to create stable pricing. We want contributions to be equitable, and we want to make sure that you have all of the information that you need so that you can budget. We were before your budget committee earlier today at 11, and thank you all for the time then. A few of the cost drivers that affect all of the members of PRISM are these. One of the things that we do is we need to determine the right rates for the right members. So we use what are called exposure bases. Things such as for workers' compensation, you base that on payroll. So if your payroll grows, then your exposure grows. And our actuaries are the ones that are going to be determining what is the proper price for each member to be working along the way so that we can do the actuarial estimates for the layers within the pool. The next thing is that above those layers in the pool is we go out to the insurance markets. I can tell you in a very quick story. 3 weeks ago, we were back in Chicago. We met with 11 markets over the course of 2 days, and the relationships that we have there are huge. We've been working with a lot of these reinsurance providers for up to 25 years. So at a time when the markets are really, really hard, those relationships matter. So I'm going to turn it over to Kevin right now. He's going to talk a little bit about these market updates for work comp and for general liability. Kevin.
Thank you, Rick. Mayor, members of the council, good evening. Thank you for your time. As has been mentioned, this is a very hard insurance market and costs are up. We see that in our personal insurance at home. We see that as business owners. We see that as public entities. And so the point of today is to give a little bit of background, a little bit of reasoning of why that is. I'm going to go ahead and start with the workers' compensation program. You all self-insure to a very high level, $2 million per workers' compensation claims. Then you go to PRISM for excess coverage above that for the catastrophic claims. The workers' compensation market, of all of them, is relatively stable. Frequency, so the number of claims that are happening, has been pretty flat. The severity of claims is going up, but not anywhere near as they are in the liability side. So it's been fairly stable across the board and also here at the city. However, underwriters are paid to worry, and so they are looking at things to keep an eye on trends And one of the trends is the rapidly rising cost for catastrophic claims. We're seeing that survivability is up. Medical technology has caused people to survive things that otherwise they wouldn't have in the past. And so there's also an increased life expectancy among our injured and ill workers. That's great from a human standpoint. We'd love to see that. It's expensive from a fiscal standpoint. And so that is definitely causing the cost of the working compensation program and system to go up. We also live in a state where it is expensive to provide health care. And so just our health care costs compared to other states are significantly higher. We wanted to go ahead and take a look at the city's performance, your loss history against your peer group. So if we look at this slide, the top 3 dials is the city's data, and the bottom 3 are the other members of the PRISM work comp program that are in the high safety category, so where they have police and fire. And if you look all the way to the right, that's the loss frequency. And it shows that your loss frequency is about on par with the subject group. But if you look all the way to the left, your average cost per claims is half of what the other group is doing. So you're doing very well at controlling your cost. So we would applaud you to that, and we would ask you to keep doing that. The loss rate reflects the amount of dollars paid per $1,000 of payroll, and yours is 3.01. The peer group is 5.5. So again, you're doing a tremendous job of controlling and managing your costs in the work comp arena, and we applaud that. We'll move on to the general liability. Things are not so rosy there. The GL market is what we would call terribly hard. We're seeing a just incredible change in loss experience over the last 10 to 12 years. Something fundamentally happened in around 2013, 2014, where claims that used to cost $2 to $5 million now come in 15, 20, and even higher. And there's explanations, there's reason for it, but it's causing the cost of insurance, the cost of risk to go up dramatically. Unfortunately, this started here in California. We started this negative trend, and it's now across the country, and it's impacting insurance companies sort of across the board. So why is this happening? Well, there's 2 main catchphrases: social inflation. Social inflation is when the cost of insurance claims outpaces normal inflation that we're seeing, and that has certainly happened over the last decade. The reason for that, jury awards. That's the main culprit. We see these astronomical jury awards that are being given out, and it shifts and changes the economics of claims. We call those nuclear verdicts. Technically, a nuclear verdict is anything over $10 million. These days, sometimes we feel lucky to have a $10 million verdict. We're seeing 20, 30, 60, $85 million verdicts, and it definitely is shaping the market. Another thing that's coming into play is called litigation funding. This is not as well known as some of the other things we've talked about. Litigation funding is when a third party comes in and actually invests in the plaintiff's side of a claim. They allow the claims to keep on going where maybe they would have otherwise had to settle. They pour money into the plaintiff's side. And the problem is, this is a virtually unregulated field. And so these speculators, because that's really what they are able to do this without even the ability for the jury to know that it's happening. So in other states and here in California, there has been legislation that has been proposed to at least make it something that the juries are told, but there's still a long way to go. This is a billion-dollar industry, and it's becoming more and more prevalent in impacting the cost of these claims. Another thing that's having a significant impact is the plaintiff's bar. The plaintiff's bar is very good at increasing the cost of these claims. They're very good at finding claimants. You can see here over $3.4 billion was spent in 2023 in plaintiff bar advertising. So they're out there finding the claims, convincing people to bring lawsuits, and then when they win and they drive up a higher claim, that's good news for the rest of the plaintiff's bar, because when their next claim is going to go up and up and up. So that's something that we're keeping an eye on. In closing, the city of Sacramento, your benchmark here, we compared your results to the other 12 to 13 cities that are in this GL2 program. You can see there that your average costs per claim are a little bit higher, $25,000 per claim versus the 23 for the control group. Your frequency is much better. So you're doing something right in terms of controlling the losses, and now we just need to work together to try and control the dollars of those losses when they happen. So that might lead you to believe, well, what is PRISM doing to try and control these losses along with its membership? And I'll turn it back over to Mr. Brush to talk more about that.
Awesome. Thank you, Kevin. Mr. Brush, that was very formal. All right. So you're now armed with all this information of what's going on with the market, right? So what is PRISM doing about it? That should be the next question. And if you look at this, we break this down into many different elements. So from an underwriting standpoint, what we're doing is we're working with the membership, right? I don't know if you saw on some of these slides, but we are very much member-driven. We're member-directed. It's 150 employees of our members that staff all of our committees, our board, and our executive committee. So our members are working with our underwriting committee and saying, basically, do we have the right structures in place? Are we charging people the right amount? Is this an equitable amount for the members? And what are we doing to help members? Also, one of the things is looking at each of the individual members' self-insured retentions. I know it's something that Pat has been working with us and with your actuaries on as well. The other thing that I need to say very quickly is that, as I say, we are member-directed. I need to give thanks to your staff. Pat is a member of our Claims Review Committee as well as our General Liability, and our Charneel in the back of the room is a member of our Risk Control and Member Services Committee. So thank you to them, because all of this work does not happen without them. The next thing we do is we help all of our members in terms of managing the claims. We have overall about 35 people in our claims department that sit by your side, helping members every day in terms of what are the best things that we can do and what are the strategies that we can put in place to best manage these claims. And I'm saying this in the way of, we want to pay people what they are due. We don't want to be paying people nuclear verdicts if that is not reasonable. So those are the things we're doing on that side. We have data and analytics that helps your risk management folks slice and dice these data in so many different ways so that they can look at trends and they can say, these are the risks that are affecting us, and now we know what best to manage. We have a team of 14 people that handle our loss control and member services department. One of the biggest things that we do is we have a legislative committee made up of all of our members that is doing things such as Kevin talked about, but we're working with an industry trade association called CAJAPA to look at, based on everything that's going on, can we be looking and working with the legislature on items such as tort reform? Is that appropriate? Because it's not only cities and counties that this is affecting, school districts are going bankrupt. So how is it that we can be armed with information and find ways to work with the legislature to make sure that these things are done appropriately and that these nuclear verdicts don't put public entities out of business? Those are a lot of the things that we're doing. The last thing you'll see here on the slide is we've done some very creative things in terms of our investments, and I mean creative in a good way. We've built a captive insurance company that helps us have much greater investment return. And the last point I want to make on this is it's not only about investments, but we have about $1 billion within our captive. And what that does is when we go to the reinsurance community and they say, we're going to charge you X, we can say we have enough money within our wallet to be able to self-insure this if we think you're charging us too much. So it gives us a little bit more control over the market. Those are some of the things that we're doing. So what are the things that our members can do is stay current. Again, you have people that are involved. You have Pat, you have Charneel that are serving on committees. They know what to do in terms of maintenance, inspections, and trainings. One of the things is considering to take on more risk. Does it make sense to increase your self-insured retention, knowing that all at the same time, if you do that, you're going to have to put aside additional funds to fund that self-insured retention? Defend claims that are defensible. We thankfully have been very successful, especially in the area of law enforcement. When jury verdicts over the past 4 or 5 years were immediately giving monies away, now they are doing a much better job of looking at the particulars of the claim, the particulars of the trial, and we're actually winning court cases that we should win. So when you've got a good claims pattern, don't be afraid to defend those claims. That's what I have. Kevin, I think you're going to wrap up just a couple points.
Yeah, just real quickly, another thing is to make sure your data is good. I mean, data is king in terms of when we go out and we're negotiating with underwriters. If we can show them good data, statistical evidence, it helps a whole lot. So investing in data and making sure that it's up to date and easily transferable is really strong. Consider purchasing additional coverage over time. Yes, the insurance salesman is saying you should buy more coverage, but really it's these verdicts and settlements are going up at such a rate that you buy $40 million of coverage right now in the liability side, and that's probably enough, but at some point it won't be. And so it's just something to keep in mind. In tough budget times, it's hard to do that. That's understandable, but at some point you might consider doing that in the future. Support legislative change that are beneficial to the defendants. It might not surprise anyone here that the plaintiffs' lobby is pretty strong, and so we need to be out there talking to the legislature as well for things like, the investments that folks are doing in terms of claim investments. And then finally, help educate the public. Rick mentioned that we want to pay what's fair and reasonable when we've injured or damaged something, and that's the economic loss. A lot of times these nuclear verdicts happen because of the non-economic loss, the pain and suffering, and that's where the numbers get really, really big, and juries feel sympathetic, and they give out tens of millions of dollars. We just need to remind the folks that that dollar is actually taxpayer dollar, and we just have to be careful with it. And that's all we have for you today, but we would love to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you for your presentation there. Madam Clerk, who members for the public signed up to speak?
We have one speaker, Keon Bliss.
Is Keon Bliss here? Mr. Bliss, okay. The speaker's not here, so Madam Clerk, we'll move on to members of the council. I'll go with Councilmember Kaplan, and then Councilmember Dickinson, and then I'm punched up to speak after that. So, Councilmember Kaplan.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I know that this was given at BNA today, of which I quasi-listened to. Thank you for presenting this. It's a lot of information and sometimes overwhelming, but I think it just highlights, as we look at our $44 million deficit, some of the tangible but untangible things that are also hampering the city's ability to stay and have a balanced budget. But I will call out a couple of good things, because amidst all of the doom and gloom, no offense, that you presented, our worker comp claims are down. So I want to thank city staff, because a lot of that, I think, has to go to training programs and how we educate our employees. That puts us at 18% below the average, which I know goes into effect. While it doesn't sound great that we're paying more, we're not paying as much more as we could be paying. And I do want to call out that, this is the little things. Chief Lester said to us a couple years ago, we have a lot of young officers who might be getting into a couple more accidents because they hadn't been driving a lot. So she instituted more training for our younger officers who are doing patrol, which will have an effect, because then we lower the accident rate because they have more training. Because I can tell you, having done a couple ride-alongs, it's a lot to pay attention to everything and serve at the same time. But I think this also gives us a chance to maybe take a step back and have a little bit of a deep dive policy conversation of what is the effect if we increase our coverage or increase what the city pays out first. What's the cost benefit of that? Because I heard the suggestions, but I think the next step for me, if we are to take that, what does that look like? How does that all bear out? So I'm open to having staff come back, give information to BNA and how they may want to look at that. I think that is important. And again, I will echo, the data is important. So thank you to all city staff who are managing, keeping that data, because it's important that we have it, because it comes to this of how we actually pay out what we're paying out. And I support the being vigorous in defending what the city does to make sure that we don't have those nuclear payouts. So thank you.
Great, thank you, thank you, Councilmember Kaplan. Councilmember Dickinson.
Thank you. I won't ask you all the same question, go through the same thing we went through this morning. Actually, but your comment about nuclear verdicts triggered a question for me, which is there's been a fair amount of press lately, particularly related to school districts, and you mentioned school districts in your comments, related to now litigation they find themselves involved in regarding sexual harassment or sexual abuse, and a significant increase in claims or allegations and litigation, and it appears a significant increase in either settlements or verdicts. So I just maybe wonder to the extent to which that's driving at least a portion of this increase in what we're seeing in terms of verdict results.
Yeah, I think that's a very astute observation, and that has had a huge impact on the cost and the increase in claims and claim values. The reviver statutes that were put in place in 2020-ish, which opened up the window for folks to bring lawsuits where maybe they had been timed out previously. It also expanded the age from 27 to 40 years of age when you can bring these. And so that in and of itself created a scenario where we got a lot more volume of claims. A lot of those claims are so long ago now because of that change that there's really no evidence, there's really nothing to base anything upon. And so, yeah, and sometimes it's very difficult even to find people who were around when it happened. And so, yes, that not only here in California, but that's happening in 30 states across the union. So, yes, that has had a very big impact.
I would only say that there is evidence. There may not be evidence that's helpful to defend those claims still, but certainly the plaintiff can provide evidence.
Sure.
But that aside, is it worth doing an analysis of claims and litigation involving the city and exclude that type of litigation? I'm not aware that we're seeing a significant increase on that aspect of litigation. Would it adjust potentially your assessment of where things are going from a liability standpoint, general liability standpoint for the city, if you excluded that aspect of litigation we're seeing?
Yeah, it doesn't tend to be the cities and counties that are hit so much with that particular exposure. It's more the schools.
That's exactly my point.
Yeah, and so within PRISM and within other carriers who are rating the city versus the school, there are different rating groups. And so your rates are going to be determined upon your sort of more homogeneous members, so other cities, other counties, and not as impacted by the loss experience from the schools.
Okay, so that in terms of our actual rates and coverage options, but in your presentation, you obviously are emphasizing the growth in verdict results for plaintiffs, and I just wonder if that picture would be a little bit better if you excluded what's happening largely with schools, and we'd see something different to look at.
Yeah, it could be, but on the other hand, and we remind our schools, or excuse me, our cities and counties, they've got law enforcement, they got road design, they've got dangerous condition claims, all very, very large verdict potential type claims, and drivers of the loss experience as well. And so I think it evens out to some extent, but I do hear your point that if we separated that out and just looked at city exposure, which kind of is what we were looking at in those examples, the benchmarking were only against other cities in the program.
Yeah, and that seemed to be somewhat a different picture than the verdict information you were showing. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Dickinson. Fair point. I think we, should disaggregate at least the risk. I do acknowledge that it's juries that are looking at this. So the condition of how a jury sees a picture is the point I think that's there. I'm not at my desk, so I'm going to try to go off the top of my head here. One of the reasons we have this is I asked that we do this workshop now. I will say I'm a little frustrated. It was done at today's budget and audit hearing because it was a very tight budget hearing. But I'd like to make sure that we set this again, particularly maybe in the early fall when budget and audit has different workload, because the purpose of what I hope to get out of bringing this to the council and the Budget and Audit Committee was, thank you very much, is to dive into some of these issues. I'll for one, I'll start off with some of the the claims on strain and what I was pleased to see. Both Councilmember Vang and I sit on the Sacramento Employment Training Agency, and our insurance costs came way down. 80% of the operations for that agency is child care centers. And when you're dealing with kids, as you mentioned earlier, those are high-risk situations. But yet our insurance rate came down because of some of the conditions that were changed in the overall Head Start programs to say, hey, we're taking active action, and so the adjuster noticed that. So my hope for this process here, and so I hope that this is the first of future processes, is that we dive into how we can make these adjustments. And I'll start off on a couple ones here. One, what I noticed here was on general claims, 78% of them were actually non-police and fire, at least in the staff report here. Now, when it comes to fire, they have an affirmative presumption for good reason, under the state law. And because of what we've seen, firefighters, they later on get there, see that they have issues in life that are that have to do with their work when they were on the force here. But if you exclude that, then what are the things that we can be doing at the other pool that are non-police and fire, where 78% of the general claims are? Can we be looking at those? Are they they tend to be all strain claims, it looks like. So are they in particular departments? Are they in with our arborists? Are they in public works or utilities? So I think and I know our staff have been doing that in some sense, but I'd like to dive in deeper because given the fact that you do have an affirmative presumption on say fire, we still see a larger chunk in this area. So the second piece I'd like to highlight here is on our auto liability. Even no matter which way you cut it, more than 50% are also non-police and fire. Now, the biggest chunk of the others is police, and obviously that has to do with there are more vehicles in that route. But both police and fire have the most vehicles, but yet the majority of our auto claims are coming in those departments. So one, we talked about the benefit that the city is now doing on EVOC, where even if you're in the Parks Department or if you're in solid waste, you're doing EVOC training and the roadway training. So I'd like to identify, okay, well, if we see that the majority of our insurance issues are happening in areas where they should be normal driving conditions, that aren't in emergency situations where they're speeding or going through and have to go through an intersection, then are there things that we need to be doing more in the majority of that section on auto claims to bring our risks down? So those are a couple thoughts that I'd like to just throw out and say, well, what are the things we could do so that maybe we can replicate? And again, the Employment Training Agency is a different joint powers authority, a much smaller one than the city, to change the conditions so our insurance rates maybe don't go down, but at least don't continue to rise. So that's a question.
That. Yeah. Currently, the city provides data on a monthly basis to PRISM. So ground-up data, uncapped, we've got a ton of data. So we can certainly help with slicing and dicing that data into department-level results and find out where the losses are happening. And then Rick and his team, Rick is part of the 14-employee team at PRISM that handles loss control and risk management, and they have all kinds of services that can be applied and can be available to the city. So I think there's definitely something there in terms of analysis and follow-up training.
Okay, good. That sets up the, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I can, some of those things that we are doing, we have a vehicle review committee that Ryan Moore chairs. We meet 3 times a year, and we provide lots of data to the departments on auto accidents, whether it's side swipes, whether it's trending with rear end accidents. So that's the auto side. We also have risk team meetings with departments every fall, usually in October, November. And those meetings, we provide them a lot of information on workers' compensation claims. We provide them 9 or 10 different charts on different kinds of injuries, what's driving everything. So what I would suggest is, we get our next actuarial report will be in end of September, October. That time frame, we can present those findings along with our risk team meeting presentations that give you a ton of data on auto accidents, liability claims, and workers' comp. And it'll give you a really good start to dive into it and to ask us questions what you want us to look at and work on.
Perfect. As interim assistant city manager, interim city manager Lainey Milstein.
Too many titles, right? Because I'm that too.
I should add former fire chief too.
So there you go. I think, Patrick, it would be good too, is to be able to share in the fall how it is we advise departments based on that information and what types of trainings we offer based on the information that we see and how departments are taking advantage of that in order to reduce their experience and exposure. Because it's something we're engaged in all the time.
Yeah, and it's one thing I will add is about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, we noticed our auto claims are going up. And we've made a very concerted effort the last 2 or 3 years that every meeting discuss that, provide more data to the departments, and just been stressing that for 2 or 3 years now. And I'm happy to say a little good news. Our claims are down, our auto claims are down for the first 8 months of this year, probably 20-25% from prior years. So, hopefully that's a result of all the work we've been doing on that. So we're doing a lot and we're looking at these things, but we'd be happy to have a good detailed session in the fall with a lot of information that I think you guys would find interesting.
Great. So that tees up the point that, the issue of general condition claims. And our next item on the city council here will be about how we are making tactical changes to reduce impacts and liability. One of the first one of the first litigations that I remember when I first came on the council was a garbage truck that hit a cyclist, off of J Street. And, and that was a very tragic situation. But if the city of Sacramento, and this is where I'm putting it on the insurance company, you guys want us to buy higher coverage, all right? But then at the same time, we're making improvements to reduce our risks. So where is the trade-off here on reducing the insurance cost and the insurance premium if now the city's taking action on things like making intersections safer, looking at areas where there can be less vehicle fatalities or vehicle to pedestrian fatalities, or particular things with our equipment, say striping or lighting. There are different things, right? Obviously in the child care zone, we talked about trip areas for kids, right? That's a big one. They're running all the time, they're tripping, right? So, and that reduced some of the claims. So maybe that's a question for PRISM here. Like, if the city was to begin doing this, hypothetically, and you don't have to answer, but if we think through this, how is it that all of a sudden now, where 53% of our non-police and fire, which go through intersections, but this is normal traffic, how can we use this as an opportunity to readjust and reevaluate our effort, while we also, as mentioned, Councilmember Dickinson didn't repeat what he said in budget and audit, but look at the actuarial of where does it make sense to increase our premium? So let me.
Yeah, I think there's two main areas where your good work in avoiding losses will result in lower costs for the city. The first you just mentioned was the self-insured retention. So currently, you're responsible for the first $2 million of every liability claim. So to the extent you don't have them, you save that money. And I think the number we arrived at earlier today was about $11.8 million in the current year in the actuarial study. So that's some money to save. The second point is that if your loss experience improves, you will get credit within the PRISM allocation system. So it's not just a rate versus payroll. That's the basis of the allocation, and then positive or negative loss experience impacts premiums up or down. So there would be an impact in improving the experience.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to, for September, we've got some time. Let's figure out how we improve the experience, let's put it that way. And so one, obviously we want to save lives. We don't want our employees to get injured. We want to make sure that people have a lifelong healthy living experience, but at the same time, we want to look at reducing our insurance costs for the city. So I don't see any other council members punch up to speak. Thank you again for your time. This is a receive and file, and we'll see you in September. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
So for the record, our next item, item number 20, budgetary adjustments for Old Sac Revitalization and Improvement Project has been continued to April 1st, 2025 per staff direction. So we'll now be going to item 21, the Transportation Safety Initiative, establish positions, establish quick build capital improvement project, and suspend competitive bidding and approve an alternate procurement process to install signing and striping and quick build improvements.
All righty. Welcome, Matt.
Thank you.
Last on the agenda.
Yes,
Exciting, most exciting one.
it is. Everybody's been waiting. Good evening, Vice Mayor Telemontes, council members, and community advocates. Matt Ironman, Director of Public Works. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about an important step forward for our city, enhancing how public work delivers safer and more efficient streets to all Sacramentans. Sacramento's roads have continuously evolved for decades. For decades, our streets were designed primarily to move cars quickly, reflecting an era when speed and vehicle throughput were dominant priorities. Today, we recognize that our transportation network must do more. It must serve everyone, whether they're walking, biking, taking transit, or driving. With 3,100 lane miles, 850 signalized intersections, and a dedicated team of over 750 Public Works employees, we have a vast infrastructure to manage. But we also have an opportunity to be more nimble, responsive, and innovative in how we move our streets. We are already making significant investments in safety and mobility through our Vision Zero initiatives. Some of our key accomplishments include reducing speed limits to 15 miles an hour on 225 streets and school zones, updating the city's pedestrian crossing guidelines, adopting a comprehensive complete streets policy, installing pedestrian safety quick build improvements at more than 30 intersections, delivering targeted quick build projects on Del Paso Boulevard near Hagenwood Elementary, at 34th and Broadway near Sacramento High School, and at Broadway and Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard near low-income senior housing. Developing a corridor plan for 6 of the top 10 Vision Zero priority areas with strong community support. We are also moving forward with major corridor and mobility projects, including Broadway Complete Streets, Envision Broadway, Stockton Boulevard Complete Street and Safety Improvements, Central City Mobility Plan, Franklin Boulevard Complete Streets. These large projects will transform how people move through our city, but they take years to plan, fund, and construct. We cannot wait that long to make Sacramento streets safer. That's why Public Works is committed to expanding our in-house resources and services to deliver quick, data-driven, and community-informed improvements that enhance safety, accessibility, and efficiency across all modes of transportation. By strengthening our internal capabilities, we will be able to design, implement, and maintain improvements more efficiently, reducing our reliance on outside contractors and accelerating project timelines, whether it's protected bike lanes, pedestrian safety enhancements, transportation priority treatments, or other high-impact interventions. We are focused on moving from planning to action with the urgency our streets demand. This work would not be possible without the dedication of our community advocates. Your voices and persistent efforts have helped us shape how we prioritize street improvements, and we remain committed to working alongside you to make Sacramento streets safer and more connected. I also want to express my appreciation to Councilmember Maple for her leadership and commitment to mobility and safety. Her support has been instrumental in advancing these initiatives. Additionally, I would like to thank Councilmember Kaplan following 2 tragic incidents on Club Center Drive just months apart at the same intersection. She brought city staff and the community together, and Public Works responded swiftly. In response to the community concerns, we implemented quick build safety improvements, and the results have been highly successful. This effort demonstrates exactly why we must continue to improve and expand our ability to deliver rapid, targeted street safety enhancements when and where our community needs them most. To provide more details on how Public Works is structuring and scaling these efforts, I'd like to introduce Megan Carter, our city traffic engineer. Megan has been a driving force in advancing Sacramento's street safety and mobility initiatives, and she will walk us through our proposal and the next step in improving our transportation network. Megan?
Hello, everyone. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Megan Carter, and I am the City Traffic Engineer and Transportation Division Manager for Public Works. I'm here today to present a new initiative to do, as Matt described, adjust our approach to transportation safety treatments and scale up our efforts to respond to tragic traffic fatalities and serious injuries with quick response, data-driven, and community-informed focused, with a quick response, data-driven, and community-informed focused team. The Public Works team heard from community and council through the discussion around a state of emergency that there are several key goals. Identify, fund, and implement quick build tactical urbanist solutions, be more responsive and innovative to reduce traffic fatalities, engage with the community in the development of project locations and the solutions, be transparent, communicate the timeline, design decisions, and progress, and expedite projects in high-risk areas. The city's current safety response efforts within Public Works reside in 3 divisions: mobility and sustainability, transportation, and engineering services. Mobility and sustainability manages the planning, programming, and policy support, while transportation and engineering services implements infrastructure components within staffing and funding capacities. This proposal would establish the Vision Zero Sacramento Transportation Safety Team, a better name to be determined, within the Transportation Division to lead and implement swift, data-driven safety improvements across Sacramento's high-injury network that are integrated with other Public Works transportation safety planning programs and initiatives. The Transportation Safety Team's mission is to reduce traffic fatalities and serious injuries through quick, proactive interventions aligned with the city's Vision Zero goals. In addition, resources would be redirected to deliver interim quick build improvements on critical corridors, such as the Vision Zero Top 10 high injury network corridors, where feasible. If approved, the fiscal year 25-26 budget will include the funding framework to implement these new initiatives. The Transportation Safety Team is Sacramento's commitment to creating a city where every resident feels safe on our streets. Together, we can ensure that Sacramento's streets are safer for everyone. So the key to delivering on this vision to be more nimble, responsive, and innovative is staff resources. Public Works is already delivering quick build, low-cost improvements through the traffic investigations team and maintenance crews within the Transportation Division. But the scale of the work is limited by workload capacity and often pulls maintenance crews away from their primary responsibility to repair existing infrastructure. Thus, this transportation safety initiative requires a dedicated transportation safety team made up of a supervising engineer that will oversee this team and the traffic investigators, leading the greater vision and cross-departmental collaboration with the police department and council offices, ensure safety and consistency, and by supporting innovation. A senior engineer that will lead the community engagement, oversee the younger engineers, and guide the design and delivery and project delivery progress.
2 assistant engineers that will be integral in providing the promised responsiveness to all communities throughout Sacramento, and an experienced traffic investigator skilled in field measurement, on-site evaluation, document research, and customer service. As I said, we already have a traffic investigations teams, but as we scale up this effort, as we want to do more, we need more staff because they are tapped out. Lastly, this team will need administrative support to manage the constant flow of construction contracts to construct the quick build treatments. Here is an example that Matt talked about at Club Center Drive and Banfield Drive in District 1. Following the 2 tragic fatalities last year, we implemented this, which we consider a great example of some of our quick build treatments. So we turned a standard white crosswalk into a high visibility yellow crosswalk because there is a school adjacent to this location. And we also implemented quick build pedestrian islands to add protection to the wider crossing. So with new dedicated staffing and resources, the city will implement quick, cost-effective solutions that can be implemented within months to address high-risk areas. This specialized team would focus on rapid response traffic safety improvements at intersections, pedestrian crossings, and high-risk roadway locations. We are calling these Tier 1 projects. Tier 1 project locations would be community-informed. The transportation safety team will combine real-time crash data with community input to identify locations throughout our neighborhoods that create barriers to the public feeling safe to choose walking, biking, scooting, transit, or even driving to places they need to be: school, work, home, and all the places in between. The team will engage with city council members to address district-specific needs, focusing on the most vulnerable populations, community organizations, advocacy groups, neighborhood associations, to align projects with local goals and identify locations that may not yet show up in crash data, but hinder communities' feeling of safety. They will also coordinate with the police department to react to current crash trends and recent fatal and serious injury crash locations, and use real-time crash data to direct the interventions, meaning based on what kinds of crashes are happening, that directs the type of treatment that we would implement. Other ways the transportation safety team will engage is through feedback and follow-up with the community organizations that helped identify project locations. We will develop a map-based project dashboard to show the locations that are in planning, design, and construction. This will allow the community to follow along with the safety improvements most important to them. The transportation safety team will also provide an annual report to document how resources were used, the safety outcomes that were achieved, and the communities that were touched. One of the other key goals in the state of emergency discussion was to expedite projects in high-risk areas, and we are calling these Tier 2 projects. The city will implement 1 to 3 projects that are interim or quick build solutions to situations that may later require more engineering design intensive solution. These Tier 2 projects are solutions that can be implemented within a year, focusing on major high injury network corridors and Vision Zero priorities. Many of these will be interim solutions while staff pursues grant funding for full complete streets investments. As Matt mentioned, those can take us years to get enough funding for. Design improvements might include lane reductions, pedestrian islands, medians, and enhanced crossings consistent with future capital project improvements that can be installed near term using temporary treatments such as just striping or temporary barriers. Those projects, these Tier 2 projects, will be delivered by the Engineering Services Division in collaboration with the Transportation Safety Team for review and coordination of city traffic standards and operations. Some example locations that are already sort of in the works are Marysville Boulevard, Vision Zero. That is the Greater Corridor project, but we are looking at a quick build solution to that project. Broadway at Stockton, that's the Vision Zero top 5 location. Northgate Boulevard Vision Zero, which is one of the top 10 high injury network corridors, and Fruit Ridge Road improvements. Another important key to delivering traffic safety quickly is contracting readiness. To avoid having to procure improvement separately through low bid process and slow responsiveness, this resolution would suspend competitive bid and allow an alternative request for proposal or request for qualifications process to select contractors that can be called on to construct the necessary improvements. The city will request qualifications and proposals from contractors to provide services such as installation and maintenance of road signs, lane striping, bike lane treatments, markings such as crosswalks, essentially all of the quick build treatments that we would want to install with this program. We want to get on-call contractors that can do that work. And again, that allows our maintenance crews for traffic signs and markings to continue to focus on the maintenance responsibility that we have for maintaining the rest of the city's roadways. So through this process, the city will be able to utilize contractors to provide the needed services within short notice through the on-call agreement or master services agreement. This process will allow the city to select qualified contractors, providing various services, providing more options to complete projects quickly with established scope, schedule, and budget. Consistent with city code requirements, approval of master services agreements and any agreement that exceeds $250,000 per contract will return to City Council for approval. The Transportation Safety Team will execute task orders on these on-call contracts to deliver smaller projects in multiple locations citywide to keep costs low and achieve similar safety improvements in many neighborhoods and communities. So that just means that we would bundle similar treatments that are going to be done in multiple council districts ideally into the same contract so that on-call contractor can execute those kind of at the same time or pretty quickly at the same time, so communities throughout the city will experience the same safety improvements. So we think this approach will allow us to deliver critical projects to truly impact community safety in a matter of months rather than years. Now, how will the team and these projects be funded? Understanding the city's budget situation, staff analyzed the city's ongoing annual revenue for dedicated transportation funds, which is primarily gas tax and Measure countywide transportation sales tax. Looked at five-year revenue and spending projections and identified opportunities to repurpose and take opportunities of cash flow to fund staff positions and contracts on an ongoing basis without affecting the city budget deficit. The new team will rely on a $2.6 million safety program to be established with the new fiscal year 25-26 capital improvement program with the upcoming budget process, as well as existing programs that we already have funding for, such as the railway quiet zones. For some reason, that's a mouthful. Pedestrian safety and Vision Zero. City staff has been identifying potential Tier 2 projects, as I mentioned, quick build options as interim solutions for major corridor improvements, establishing a new quick build CIP by transferring $2 million from the road maintenance and rehabilitation and major street construction funds will allow staff to begin steps for implementation of these actions. There is available funding in the Transportation Corridor Program to support the transfer. And just to reiterate, the Transportation Safety Initiative is in addition to continued efforts of the Mobility and Sustainability and Engineering Services and Transportation Divisions, delivering the larger capital improvement projects, including the top 10 Vision Zero corridor projects. Efforts to obtain grant funding and finalize project approval and design will not pause. To strengthen its approach, the city is updating the Vision Zero action plan to integrate new traffic safety data and ensure continued eligibility for competitive grant funding. The updated plan will designate safety corridors as defined by the state of California and align with the Safe Streets for All discretionary federal program and identify high priority areas for targeted infrastructure and policy interventions. And it's the end of the night. So in conclusion, the Transportation Safety Initiative presented today for approval will address the need to change our approach to transportation safety and scale up our efforts to respond to traffic fatalities, to be more responsive, innovative, and nimble, to focus attention on the issues most critical to Sacramento through staff resources and funding within the existing available budgets, to expedite quick build projects in our highest risk areas on our top 10 high injury network corridors, to respond with efficiency and schedule the ongoing delivery of small, low-cost projects in 3 to 6 month turnaround using an established on-call list with contracting authority. Most of the program funding will begin with the new fiscal year. With City Council action today, we can begin recruitments for new positions and soliciting contractors so that will be in place and funded with the new fiscal year. It takes time to hire people, as we saw with the city manager recruitment. If approved tonight, our next steps will be to outreach to coalition partners that helped seed this framework, to establish a program and team name, its mission, vision, and values, a brand, and a marketing campaign to weave throughout every effort the Transportation Safety Initiative is involved in. These efforts will advance the city's commitment to safer streets and help accelerate progress towards eliminating traffic fatalities through strategic investments, data-driven solutions, and policy updates. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. I think it's my first ever standing ovation for a staff presentation. Well, this is a big topic. Hence, we have 27 speakers, about an hour of public comments. So come up and share your perspective and wisdom. If you're inspired by the speaker before you, you can just come up and do a couple finger snap and then get back down. And then quite a few council members would like to weigh in on this as well. So let's begin with public comment.
We're going to start with the first 5 speakers. If you can line up in the aisle so we can try to get through this. Mark Harmon, Michael Bevins, Michael Andrew Barnbaum, Kay Crum, and Alex Bink.
Hello, I've been speaking most of these city council meetings about this. My name is Mark Harmon, and I'm live in Land Park, Rick Jennings District 7, and I fully support the creation of the active transportation safety team and approve funding to carry out quick build projects, high-risk locations across the city, the places that we all know too well and have seen repeated instances of preventable traffic violence. As everyone knows, this is a public safety issue, and that's basically the highest priority in everyone's priority list. The city of Sacramento is far too dangerous for pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists. And I just want to say thank you for your time.
Next speaker, Michael Bevins.
Hello, Council. Michael Bevins. I'm in District 2. Didn't mention that earlier. I really don't know what to say. I come up here. Usually I come up here to question something or to complain about something or, hey, you guys aren't looking enough at this. But in this case, I just want to say thanks.
There you go.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry. I just, like with any good thing, there's something down the road, and I'm sure the activation or active team, whatever that might be, is going to have a backlog of things to do. My only suggestion is to kind of split the time between the high obvious, recent fatalities, look at that, fix it, and then the other half of the time, do the easy picking stuff, painting sharrows on the road where they actually need to be, not where they are. Maybe have a big eraser and erase some of the sharrows that are out there now that are in dangerous places. Stuff like that. Change a stop sign to a yield sign, if appropriate, of course, but take the big, important stuff that is happening, usually fatalities, and then mix it also with the easy stuff also. Thank you.
Michael Barnbaum.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Commissioner Barnbaum from the Disability Advisory Commission, but I'm not here this evening to necessarily speak on anything from our commission, but I'm going to step outside my comfort zone and congratulate the staff on this presentation, but also fellow commissioners on other boards and commissions, specifically those that have worked harder and smarter to bring this item before you today from the Active Transportation Commission that are in the council chambers this evening. Thank you to all of you that have done the yeoman's work to bring what is before the council on tonight's agenda. And with that, I would like to thank Councilmember Maple for numerous times mentioning the emergency that's in place, the vigil that was held on January 2nd, which also my own very council member Dickinson attended as well and spoke. And with that, I would like to, if the time and words allow, would like to make an advisory motion to approve the staff recommendation as listed in the agenda for this evening on item 21, especially emphasizing the focus during a $44 million deficit that the hiring of 6 full-time equivalent positions is critical to public safety moving forward, and directing staff in a 90-day window, let's say Tuesday, June 24th, to come back because you need time to hire and report to council at 5 p.m. June 24th of the 6 new people that have been hired for this position, so we know what it's like going into the new fiscal year. Thank you.
Kay Crum.
Hi, my name is Kay Crum. I'm a resident of District 6, and I support the staffing and funding to establish a quick build safety program, and I'm going to try to keep this brief. So just some statistics. According to the city crime statistics from 2013 to 2017, 185 people died from homicide. In that same time, 238 pedestrians died from traffic violence. We adopted Vision Zero in 2017, and from 2018 to 2022, 170 people died in homicide. And in that same time, 162 pedestrians died from traffic violence. According to Smart Growth America's 2024 Dangerous by Design report, our area is ranked in the top 20 for pedestrian deaths out of 101 U.S. metro areas. And in 2024, 32 pedestrians died on our street. So homicide rates are dropping over the last couple of years, which is really inspiring. But people are dying just because they dared to walk or bike on our streets, and that's not dropping. We don't feel safe on our streets. And as a pedestrian, I don't feel safe on our streets. So SAC PD is allocated $251 million, or 17% of our 24-25 annual budget to combat homicides and crimes. And that item, or this item, is the first item that we're investing in pedestrian safety. So I want to say thank you very much for this first step, and I sincerely hope that we will see much more funding in the future to protect our neighbors who dare to walk or bike in Sacramento. Thank you for making this a priority.
Our next 5 speakers after Alex are going to be Ben Radersdorf, Isaac Gonzalez, Elisa Lee, Wesley Allen, and Morgan Murphy. If you can please line up.
Hi, I'm from District 4, and I just want to say that Sacramento is in the midst of a street safety crisis. There are dozens of traffic fatalities every year, often outnumbering murders, yet street safety gets a tiny fraction of the attention and funding. I urge the council to take the actions needed to end this crisis and protect the safety of our community. Local road safety has been systematically undermined by a century of failed street design, and it will take a substantial transformation of our streets to solve this. In spite of the city's 2017 pledge to end traffic violence, the numbers show essentially no progress to date. This speaks to the failure of the city to take substantial action to solve this crisis. Meanwhile, other world cities have cut traffic deaths dramatically. The solutions are now well known. It simply takes courage and funding. Please pass this initiative and grant our city an operating budget to deal with this pressing issue. But further bold actions are needed to adequately solve this problem. Council will need to work with the community, the Active Transportation Commission, and city staff. Recent city plans are promising, but will need much greater funding to be implemented within our lifetimes. Or if the city cannot locate the required funds, then it should consider allowing the community to fund and make street improvements ourselves. Thank you.
Ben? Ben here?
Nope, Ben's gone.
Okay. Isaac?
Out of King's game. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Isaac Gonzalez, and I'm the founder of Slow Down Sacramento, a community-driven initiative focused on traffic safety and preventing crashes before they happen. Tonight, I'm here to express my strong support for the creation of a dedicated transportation safety team within our city. This is not just a bureaucratic adjustment. It's a signal that Sacramento takes the safety of its residents seriously and is ready to align its staffing with its Vision Zero commitments. I want to recognize the role all of our community members and all of our advocacy here today has been playing to bringing this conversation forward. For just us, Slow Down Sacramento, besides the many other groups we have here, since August 2023, we've been trying to educate residents, elevating lived experiences, and advocating for more coordinated and accountable approaches to street safety. And quick build and tactile urbanism has been on the top of our list since the very beginning. And I'm proud to say it's the #1 policy priority on our 2025 policy priority list. This proposal tonight is the result of consistent, community-rooted advocacy, and it reflects what the parents, families, and neighbors I've been talking to all across the city have been calling for. Right now, families in our communities live in daily fear. Fear that simply crossing the street or biking to school could end in tragedy. We see this in the data, but more importantly, we hear it from our neighbors. A transportation safety team gives us the structure we need to proactively address problem areas, respond faster to community concerns, and implement these proven data-driven safety solutions. This team can be the connective tissue between departments, advocates, and residents, a centralized group focused solely on saving lives. And by housing this work under one roof, we can move faster, be more accountable, and avoid the siloed approach that too often slows down progress. This is smart, timely, and a life-saving move. It shows that our city is ready to lead, not just in words, but in action. So I urge you all, please support the creation of this team, fund it accordingly, and give it the authority and resources it needs to make a real difference. Thank you.
Elisa?
Hi, everyone. My name is Elisa. I live in District 4, and I was so fired up after Megan's presentation. I'm in strong support of this agenda item and ask council to please approve it in full. I just want to also highlight Megan Carter and Matt Ironman and Councilmember Maple's offices for bringing community groups together to be aware that this was even happening and, you know, respecting and honoring that there has been input, there has been engagement on this. So really, truly, thank you. And I want to also point out that this item got 120 e-comments and literally over 99% were in support. I think when there's leadership and real response to community demands, Sacramento really shows up, and this is proof of that. And so we're just really grateful to see this on the agenda. It's a great proposal by the traffic engineering team, recognizing that quick builds can and should be our #1 priority to address the fatality crisis on our roads in a cheap, quick way, and to really listen and act, as you said, with the urgency the crisis demands. And it's a really creative way to do this in the face of our deficit. So I just really want to thank going outside the box to do something different because we need it. In addition to asking you all to approving this initiative in full and getting those funds redirected immediately to get this initiative fully funded, I also ask that the team works with the Active Transportation Commission for implementation and make sure they receive those quarterly progress reports. We also think that we can aim bigger and hope that we can go for more than 1 to 3 Tier 2 projects. I know it's a new initiative, new team, but it'd be awesome to see us go bigger than that. And hopefully the website can also include clear definitions and visual examples of what Tier 1 and Tier 2 projects or quick builds within those projects can look like. And lastly, please work with community groups like us to help you.
Thank you for your comment. Wesley?
Hello, I'm Wesley Allen.
All right, sorry, hold on one second. Okay.
Hi, I'm Wesley Allen. I'm a resident of District 2. I'm in support of this measure. I just want to kind of speak from a driver's perspective because a similar type thing has been built on 16th and R, some of the, I think, Tier 1 type quick builds. And that's part of my daily commute. And I used to drive through that pretty fast. And even though there's a crosswalk, it was kind of just assumed that pedestrians wouldn't try to cross. But of course they do sometimes want to cross. And that was always a stressful thing. And now it's very natural to slow down, and then as you're slowing down, want to stop for pedestrians. So I just think, the road shapes the driver more than the other way around. So I support this measure.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Morgan. Our next 5 speakers after Morgan are going to be Rob Crowell, Deb Banks, Keon Bliss, Sonia Hendren, and Tomahawk.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for your time and attention. Hi, my name is Morgan Murphy. I'm a registered nurse, and I have the privilege of working with the Sacramento community. I believe that prioritizing our community's public health and safety is absolutely vital, and that there is a great opportunity to do that today by approving this item in full. I also believe that in order for these projects to best serve the community that walks and bikes these streets daily must be involved in the process. I encourage the transportation safety team to collaborate with community groups to design and review these initiatives. I'm excited to see what we're capable of when we combine our knowledge and resources. Please approve this item in full. Thank you.
Rob Crowell.
Hi, I'm Rob Kroll, and I'm in District 4. And I'm just speaking today in support of creating the transportation safety team. I live in a one-car household, which means I walk a lot. And if you did take that walk with me, we might see some things on the road. We might see an Amazon van parked in a bike lane. We might find ourselves in an intersection that has poor visibility, maybe a hard-to-see crosswalk, maybe an excessively wide street, and maybe for some reason that we can't quite put our finger on, we just don't feel safe. But I know one thing. If you walk with me, even for just 10 minutes, you're going to see 15 or 20 of these blue signs in every yard, every parking strip, every roundabout that we go. You can barely be on a block without seeing a sign. So I think support for this is not just academic or hypothetical or the result of a study, but it's real, it's tangible, it's in the room. I know for a fact that my neighborhood wants this. My neighbors, they're all asking for change, and we're all ready to try some new things. And I think if the council supports this, the city will be behind you, and I encourage you to support it. Thank you.
Deb Banks.
Try to walk fast to speed things up. Good evening, everybody. I'm Deb Banks, Executive Director of SABA and an Active Transportation Commissioner. I was riding my bike to the office today and to come here, and I was thinking about how important this traffic safety initiative is. And, I saw a lot of near misses. I saw cars driving down the wrong way of a one-way street. I saw a driver make a right hand on red, putting a cyclist at risk. I saw other people working down the street and shuffling families off to the middle of an island so that they could have some safe space as they were trying to get across the road, just in a 5-mile ride here. So, near misses are really common, so are severe injuries, and sadly, so is death as a result of vehicular violence. And here's my point. We are all vulnerable users. We're all vulnerable users. Everybody in this room, as soon as you go outside, you get near a sidewalk and a road, you become a vulnerable user. So it's really important that we have this traffic safety initiative. Major kudos to Katie Maple and her team for bringing this to fruition. Kudos to Katie Valenzuela for starting some of this momentum over a year ago. Massive kudos to these folks for all of the work that they've done, and to all the advocates behind us that have kept bringing this forward to you guys. It will make a difference. There's upwards to 40% change for people and cities that have used Quick Build. It's brought down injury and death up to 40%. That's a pretty substantial savings in lives. And so I highly encourage you all to pass this tonight. Thank you.
Sonia?
As a cycling instructor, I'm doing my part to get Sacramento kids on bikes. My students are riding their bikes to school and to extracurriculars. Because my students are biking, my students' friends are starting to bike with them to school activities and to socialize. My scouts are starting to use bikes as transportation to scouting events. The more experienced cyclists are even acting as ride leaders, leading their fellow scouts by bike. I'm doing my part, but I can't do anything about the people driving cars in the city. I appreciate your prioritizing the city doing its part to quickly make our roads and intersections safer so that my students and their friends can continue to bike and others can join them. I'm doing my part to get kids on bikes, but I can't do it alone. When we're all doing our part, including the city, we work towards our city goals for mode share, climate, and Vision Zero. I urge you to approve item 21 in full, and thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Tomahawk. After Tomahawk, our next 5 speakers will be Peter Saucerman. This one doesn't have a name on there, but the email is Eshelwig, Julia Jackson Oil, Kiara, and Simon Hyatt.
All right, Mayor, members of council, hello. My name is Tomahawk Hendren. I am a cyclist from District 4. Almost 2 years ago, I stood here in front of you and asked you to adopt the Active Transportation Commission's recommendations for biking and walking safety. 2 months ago, I was hit by a car. Luckily, I'm fine. I blame the collision on lack of daylighting. The driver and I couldn't see each other through parked cars. So I am excited to hear about the Quick Build program and the transportation safety team. They will be able to quickly fix dangerous intersections so the same thing won't happen to others in the future. I urge you to approve this item in full and continue with further active transportation and Vision Zero initiatives. Thank you for your time.
Is Peter here? No. The unnamed speaker?
Oh, sorry. Was just too excited. My name is Elise Helwig. I live in District 4, and I've also been hit by a car. And it is, I am so happy to hear that the City Council is hearing and potentially approving these quick builds, because it is really, as both a driver and a pedestrian and a bicyclist, the way that the road feels has such a strong impact on how we drive, and how we drive has such a strong impact on the outcomes of these interactions. I was really lucky. The person who I was hit by was stopped at a stop sign, and so I only, quote unquote, had to go through surgery and 2 years of physical therapy. But for if there wasn't a stop sign, if it wasn't as open, or if it, if the person, was maybe a little bit more hasty, I could have been in a lot worse situation. Additionally, I've been in so many near misses that could have been much worse, that I think, I strongly approve of, I strongly encourage you to approve all of this. I think that as you do outreach to communities, that part is so important, because it lets you know where the near misses are happening so they don't become fatalities, which is something you can't get from a police report. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Julia?
Good evening. My name is Julia Jackson Oil, and I'm a resident of District 4 and a pedestrian and cyclist. I also work with Civic Thread, a nonprofit working to center health equity in the built environment. We're here today to strongly support the Transportation Safety Initiative, as we have advocated for quick builds to be prioritized as a top solution to prevent further traffic fatalities and serious injuries. I live in Midtown, a neighborhood that is much more walkable than other areas of the city, and still I am constantly forced to dodge drivers traveling at high speeds. This truth is only exacerbated in disadvantaged Sacramento communities that do not have accessible infrastructure and are historically underinvested in. I urge the council to adopt this resolution because the proposed transportation safety team has potential to make roadway design changes within months. Improved street design is an effective way to slow drivers down and make streets safer for people walking, biking, and rolling. This is one step in the right direction, and Public Works staff has been nimble in finding funds to redirect towards this program. City-funded plans such as the Vision Zero Action Plan and the Active Transportation Plan, once it's adopted, contain community input on where traffic calming is most needed, which should guide the transportation safety team's implementation of quick build projects. Again, I urge you all to adopt this resolution as a first step in taking action to make Sacramento's streets safer. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Kiara, then Simon Hyatt.
Good evening, Mayor McCarty and council members. My name is Kiara Reed. I'm a resident of District 5. I'm also car-free, so pedestrian for life, never owned a car. And I'm also the executive director of Civic Thread. My organization has led active transportation planning, safe routes to school programming, and pedestrian advocacy efforts for the past 2 decades in and around the Sacramento region. First, I'd like to applaud the Public Works Department. Thank y'all. It's really important that we establish a transportation safety team for quick build improvement projects, and I'd also like to urge all of you to support that initiative. Even though we have adopted a Vision Zero action plan in 2018, fatalities have continued to be on the rise. And as you heard earlier, Sacramento is now top 20 most dangerous places for pedestrians and cyclists. And every time I get up here, I'm going to remind us that most of those fatalities are occurring in low-income communities of color, with Black people shouldering that burden. In addition to the advocates that are in the room, we also need to make sure those voices are included in this process. Research also overwhelmingly points to roadway design as the most effective measure to reduce fatalities and serious injuries resulting from traffic collision. And that's why I'm so grateful to see this proposal come before y'all. I was joking earlier that I don't think I've ever been in the chambers and been this happy. Usually I'm pretty upset when I get up here. Quick builds are fast, affordable, and they're effective. They offer a real opportunity to address systemic issues and design flaws in a matter of months, opposed to waiting several years to maybe see improvements. These are especially needed along high injury networks and in low-income communities of color. This is the type of action advocates like myself and those behind me have been waiting for, and it's a huge step in addressing safety on our streets. Again, we applaud staff and council, and we look forward to continuing to advance this work alongside y'all. Thank you so much for considering my comments.
Thanks for your comments. Simon Hyatt, then Ryan Foster, Michael Hutnick, Allie Dewar-Westbrook.
Greetings, Council, Mr. Mayor. Good to see you all. Simon Hyatt, the newest Active Transportation Commissioner. And I thank you all because I have my community behind me, which is really wonderful. Big shout out to Strong Sacktown, who's doing some amazing organizing on this issue. Just to give some clarity to the public that may be watching online or also media, the Active Transportation annual report came out. That was item 1 on the consent calendar today. Here's some statistics and data. Deaths by vehicle collisions outnumber those by homicide by 45% in Sacramento. Since 2014, fatalities and auto collisions outnumbered homicides in Sacramento for 8 of the last 10 years. According to the California Office of Public Safety, Sacramento ranks #1 as the most dangerous city for traffic collisions compared to peer cities in California. Sacramento's disadvantaged communities face a disproportionate amount of traffic violence. The city of Sacramento adopted Vision Zero in January 2017 to eliminate traffic fatalities and reduce serious injuries by 2027. Yet we have not seen any reduction. All road users in Sacramento have not seen a change in serious collisions since adoption of Vision Zero, which, by the way, Vision Zero comes up in 2 years, 2027. And for any members of the public that might not know what Vision Zero is, it's a vision to have 0 fatalities on Sacramento streets. All Sacramento neighborhoods have experienced vehicles colliding with pedestrians and cyclists. However, it's concentrated in many historically disadvantaged communities. Please adopt this. I would like to see this go 9-0 would be wonderful. Thank you so much, and let's get this done.
Thank you for your comments. Ryan, then Michael, then Ally.
Hey, I'm Ryan. I'm represented by Karina. And I live off of Northgate, and it's a really big road. I'm sure you all have driven it, and you see some pretty erratic driving behavior. And so I'm super excited by this project to maybe do some things to address that, and get people just to have design help them drive safer and stuff like that. I'm super privileged to have Ninos Parkway and have you guys invest in stuff like that, so I can avoid Northgate most of the time. And I've seen like the traffic islands that have been installed recently around that area, and it makes it so much safer getting home, especially at night when it's like dark out. So I'd be super excited to see a cheap program that can get more things out there and get other people to see those good changes that I've been able to experience in some areas of my neighborhood. And I also really like this program because it allows things to be done a lot faster, so that communities actually see things get done in their community. And I feel like seeing that happen makes them feel seen. And then also, if a design oversight happens, then since it's so cheap and quick, that can be adjusted or changed and make the community have more of a feedback in that way, and still be fast and efficient. So thank you guys.
Thank you for your comments. Michael, then Ally.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Michael Hutnick, District 5. So as I understand, we need a 2/3 majority to pass this item, which means that I've been kind of trying to count some votes here. And so based on her Truxell Bridge vote reasoning, I would expect that Lisa's a yes on this one. And then based on his presence at numerous events around the city based on cycling and safety and his own travel habits, Eric, I'm assuming that you're a yes as well. Based on the fact that she introduced this item and the fact that she came to my neighborhood association traffic safety forum last week, I would guess that Katie is a yes. And also at that forum was JDW from the city staff. So thank you very much both for being out there. And based on the fact that he was invited to said forum and neither attended nor sent a staff member, I can only hope that Commissioner Jennings is a yes on this one. And based on Kevin and Phil purporting to be cycling together, cycling friends, I can only hope that they recognize that they are as well vulnerable as the rest of us are, and at the very least vote in their own self-interest, if not for the greater interest, which I expect. So I hope this passes, because the alternatives are bad. The alternatives are more deaths, right? Or another option is that, based on what I've seen in other places, that when the formal structures aren't doing what they need to do, then the public will have to come and take care of itself, right? And if the news is full of stories of people being arrested for painting crosswalks or creating roundabouts with tractor tires, how do you think that's going to reflect on you, right? So a vote is a yes vote is going to eliminate all those bad possibilities. So I hope you guys are on board. And assuming a yes vote, I really implore that this is implemented in an equitable manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Ally Dewar Westbrook, Jesse Cohn, Marbella Sala.
Reportedly. All right. Good evening. That's very hard to follow. But I'm, I know. Anyways, good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Ally Dewar Westbrook. I'm a resident of District 4, active transportation professional and past chair of the Active Transportation Commission. I strongly support this item and urge immediate approval. Sacramento continues to rank among the worst cities in the country for people walking and biking. We have a dedicated team of city staff here today that have listened to community members and have put together a fantastic proposal, which I can't stress that enough. The staff sitting behind us here really listened to the recommendations of the Active Transportation Commission, of the numerous advocacy organizations in our city, and it just feels really great to feel like the city is listening to our demands and acting accordingly. So thank you for that. I urge you to move on this interim measure and also to fund the recommendations listed in the Active Transportation Commission's latest report, which you approved earlier today. Thank you for your time. 2 thumbs up.
Thank you for your comments. I have 5 more speakers: Jesse Cohn, Marbella Sala, Teresa Elena Ortega, and Jeannie Ward-Waller.
Our streets are deadly. Children are afraid to play outside. Dogs hide from the roar of mechanical beasts. The smell of death is everywhere. These machines run on the dead bones of dinosaurs. Fossil fuels power these creatures, metal hulking behemoths that mow down all in their path. They demand that all surrender to their horsepower, and we do their bidding with glee. We pave paradise for our masters, ancient trees felled, meandering streams dredged, priceless habitat destroyed. No price is too great for pavement, even though maintaining it bankrupts our city. Black tar spreads through every neighborhood. We warn children not to play ball in the street, but we never consider asking the machines to play somewhere else. The freeways stretch across our landscape like a cement octopus grasping for life, but there's nothing free about the freeway. What happened to the freedom to enjoy the silence of the night? The freedom to cross the street without risk of being murdered by a machine? The freedom to let your child play outside without worry? Children used to walk to the American River to enjoy nature's playground, but the American dream is dead. We built a wall to separate nature from the neighborhoods. The I-5 strangles Sacramento from its river. Instead of hearing the sound of children at play, you only hear the somber sound of traffic congestion, the roar of mechanical beasts, the horns of agony, the screech of brakes. Our planet is dying before our very eyes. We suffocate Mother Nature with our fossil fuels. Car crashes are the leading cause of death for American children, and Sacramento is especially deadly. We adopted a Vision Zero plan, but it's had zero impact on our city's traffic fatalities. So I urge you, support the staff's quick bill proposal. We have the opportunity to save lives. Will you take it? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Marbella?
Hey, good evening. And kudos to all of you for still being here and allowing us to make comments. First of all, I'm Marbella. I'm from Gardenland Northgate Neighborhood Association. I'm here to thank Vice Mayor Talamantes for getting $1.9 million just from SACOG, which was a big win for our Northgate mobility plan. But that's just a little drop in the bucket. We need $100 million for that vision to become a reality. So this program, this transportation safety program, and the quick build will be an interim as your staff look for grants and we can get the money to build this, change Northgate as we know it. So the quick build program on Northgate right now, just this past Saturday, they were racing at 1 o'clock in the morning down Northgate. Fortunately, no one crashed into anyone's backyard or no one was hurt, but I could hear them racing down. And if we had traffic calming things on Northgate, that would avoid that. At least 3-4 times a year, someone crashes into a neighbor's fence because they're speeding, they lose control. The other thing, and thanks to Vice Mayor Talamantes, on San Juan, we had a fatality where 6 people died. And prior to that, we had been asking for these quick build programs because we knew it was dangerous. And it didn't happen until these fatalities occurred, and then Vice Mayor Talamantes ensured. So having a program like this that's funded and designated to do this for the communities will eliminate these fatalities and make our neighborhood safer. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Teresa?
Hello, I'm Teresa. I'm a resident of District 6. We've heard a lot tonight about the benefits of quick builds to cyclists and pedestrians, which is hugely important since they're so exposed to traffic danger. And I count myself among them. I have had some close calls while walking or running and have witnessed some close calls of cars nearly maiming or killing people who are walking or biking. But I want to speak to you from the perspective of a driver, because I have a car, and when I don't have time to take light rail or the bus where I live, from where I live in District 6 to other parts of the city, I have also seen close calls and have had close calls with other cars that are going way, way too fast. Fortunately, I myself have not had a close call or worse with a pedestrian or cyclist. I really try to be safe, but a nightmare of mine would be hurting someone while I'm driving, not because I'm not being careful, but because our streets prioritize car speed over human life. In fact, we have a huge problem with traffic fatalities of pedestrians and cyclists, but also of those who are in cars. That is, people in cars dying in car crashes. So I just want to make it really, really, really clear that quick builds do not pit cyclists and pedestrians against driver. It really does not. This is something that is good for all of the above. So many drivers want safer streets for both those inside and outside cars. So please address our traffic injury and fatality crisis by fully approving this item and adopting an operating budget to fully fund this necessary public safety work going forward. And please work with community groups to support outreach and community education. I also want to say that we should aim for greater than 1 to 3 Tier 2 projects a year. Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Jeannie Ward-Waller, and then I have a no name again, Rebecca Sandoval, maybe?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeannie Ward-Waller. I'm a resident of District 4. I also am a past active transportation commissioner, and I'm also the parent of a high school student who rides her bike often to McClatchy. She has had an incident where a car hit her at an intersection. Luckily, she was fine. But as you've heard from many speakers, those of us that walk and bike in the city have all experienced traffic safety and the issues on our streets. I'll be brief because I think all the speakers that have gone before me have made really important points about this, but I just want to emphasize that we have a tragedy on our streets in Sacramento. We really are facing a crisis of pedestrian safety, and this is a first step tonight. I really urge you to move this forward quickly and charge your staff. You have brilliant staff. I want to give really big kudos to the staff because I love them. I've worked with them in a professional capacity. They're incredible. But they need more funding. They need more resources. We need to do more than just quick build. We need to make permanent changes to our streets, particularly on that high injury network that's prioritized through Vision Zero. So I urge you to focus on that and find real funding to make permanent changes. This one is quick and easy. Let's get it done. Let's make quick improvements, but let's focus on how do we make permanent changes to make our streets safe. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And my final speaker had no name, but I think it's Ms. Sandoval.
I'm encouraged that Northgate Boulevard has been identified as a priority of the Transportation Safety Initiative. I'm in District 3, lived in Northgate all my life. Northgate Boulevard is sandwiched between 160 Arden Garden Connector and I-80 with cars traveling at 70 miles per hour with 2 elementary schools on Northgate Boulevard. Teachers' cars are plowed into by speeding cars while they're working, and children have been killed by speeding cars. Truncated dome pads are on the sidewalks to alert blind and sight-impaired people with other disabilities when they're moving from a pedestrian-only space, such as leaving a sidewalk, 10 or a street. However, the pads are useless because there are utility poles in the middle of the sidewalk approximately every 6 feet. In addition, there are other poles and utility boxes further impeding accessibility along the boulevard. Small children assisting their elders in wheelchairs move onto the street with great struggle as they cannot continue on the sidewalk because the poles force them to the street as cars are speeding. It is dangerous to cross Northgate Boulevard on foot, which impacts foot traffic to our local businesses. We used to walk to restaurants. Now you got to drive. It is extremely dangerous to ride a bicycle on Northgate. There are 4 traffic lanes and 1 suicide lane on Northgate with a few inches to maneuver off the sidewalk. The community is forced to travel through the neighborhood as they cannot travel safely on Northgate. Our community has lost loved ones on Northgate when walking. I myself lost a brother. Yesterday, there were 2 major accidents which occurred on Northgate Boulevard during the rush hour, and a pedestrian died last night from a hit-and-run accident on Northgate Boulevard. Our community has been waiting for many years for Northgate Boulevard to once again be safe to walk and bicycle as we used to. It used to be a great place to walk around with your family and neighbors.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Mayor, I have no more speakers on this agenda item.
Okay, thank you. Start off with Councilmember Maple.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to say thank you so much to our incredible staff. Thank you to Matt, thank you to Megan, thank you to Jennifer for all your work and your heart that's gone into this. This is really, truly an amazing effort, just listening to the community and implementing, not one, your expertise, but also hearing from others who are experts and being willing to listen and implement that. So thank you so very much. I also want to uplift, one of the other speakers said this, but I think it's important to call out that Councilmember Valenzuela really started this effort. And so this is built upon her advocacy efforts. So I guess it takes two Katies, but we got there. No. So just really want to make sure I call that out. And then also just all the advocacy organizations and individuals in the community, the Active Transportation Commission, and I know some of the members here are in the crowd, Civic Thread, of course, SABA, Slow Down Sacramento, Strong Sacktown, yeah, I saw you, and many, many others. I just think it's really important to call that out because this is really built on years and years and years of advocacy from community members. Nothing happens in a vacuum. It doesn't happen from a council member or even our team. It happens from everybody working together and pushing towards one goal. So just really grateful for that. And I had a whole speech plan, but I'm not going to read it. What I wanted to bring up was I was on that transportation safety panel for Hollywood Park. And one of the panelists was a young girl who had been hit while on her bike when she was 12 years old on Sutterville. Her name is Alina, and listening to her testimony about what she had gone through, but also her advocacy was sad but inspiring. I was just like, wow, okay, here's this young person who has been through something so traumatic, like a whole month in the hospital in a coma. Or not in a coma the entire time, but in a hospital. Imagine being that age and being hospitalized for that long. I can't imagine what that would feel like. But then to come out of that and to be a very fierce advocate and very well-spoken, might I add, on the need for roundabouts and these safety measures, I was very, very inspired. And so it got me thinking about, my role and all of our roles here. And, I can't say more than what many of the speakers have already said here. We are one of the most dangerous cities in the United States of America to be a pedestrian or cyclist. That's not just an opinion. That's what the data shows us. And so we have work to do. And I think this is a really, really important first step and a really big one. And I just want to call out that it's one that really builds on using data. Like, I love the public dashboard. I love the transparency, working with community. I love thinking outside the box, using our budget that already exists within your department to create these positions and to do stuff that's forward thinking. And maybe some of it won't work. We don't know, but being willing to take risks, I'm sure it will. But being willing to take those risks because it's more important to try to save lives than it is to only think within the box that we know and do the things that we know. And I think that's really important. But I also really appreciate that we are doing this in a way that's equitable. I talked about that earlier in our budget and audit meeting. And by the way, thank you to everyone who's been here for many hours like we have. Me and Councilmember Bang had breakfast early this morning, and we're still at it. We're not just talking about across the board, though we do experience pedestrian safety and traffic safety issues all over the city. I'm sure my colleagues will speak to that. But we know that they're more pronounced in areas like South Sacramento and North Sacramento. We know that they're more pronounced in areas where we have low-income communities and communities of color. And so we have to think about that when we're implementing our solutions too. Like, we have to be thinking about everybody. And so this is step one. It's a big step. I hope that we're gonna move it forward today. But I also wanna say, thinking forward, I'm sure some of my other colleagues will speak to this too. This is one step. Us also allocating more of our budget towards these types of activities is also a step, but that leads me to transportation ballot measure. We need a dedicated funding source for these projects. The city cannot do it on its own. There's no way we can do it. And so I just urge, I know that my colleague, Councilmember Guerra, through his role on the Sacramento Transportation Authority Board and others in the community are working on this, but it's so important that we get something passed in 2026. We really only have another one shot at the apple, and I really am going to be pushing along with community members to make sure that that includes money for active transportation for these types of projects and for public transit in particular, and less money for new roads, less money for highways or none. And so I urge us to be very, very bold on that, because that, to me, that is the next step. That's where I'm putting my energy, and I hope that you'll join me in that. So with that, I'm happy to move the item, and thank you so much.
Okay, motion is second. Councilmember Kaplan?
Thank you, Mayor. I probably don't have a lot more to add what Councilmember Maple added, other than you guys know since 2018 I have been a Jibe Walk to School volunteer. Like, I am responsible for people's children. And for several of those years, we were crossing Del Paso. And it was always having an adult in front and an adult in back, and making sure that we all had eyes on people that were driving cars. So I come from this from a perspective of, I love to ride my bike. When I first moved here, I lived downtown. I lived on 3rd and P, and then I lived on 28th and D, and I loved walking and biking everywhere. I want to thank city staff because Matt Ironman said it. We designed roads for speed. We didn't design them for people. And it's now, it's never too late, but we look at those piddly little stripes of bike lanes on the roads, and cars are 10 times heavier. And they don't care what speed limits say, and they race through the lumps when they should slow down. And unfortunately, now we all know somebody who has lost a life. You know, there was somebody my husband lost who he just had lunch with, and they went separate ways. And he was hit and killed downtown. A good friend of mine was walking his dog, and a car ran through and ended up hitting and killing him. It affects every single one of us, and we know that cars are heavier. So I look at, how do we change? When we talk about Vision Zero, it's almost like we have to change our philosophy and how we look at designing this city. It's now we have to say we're designing the roads for people, not for cars. And it's working to advocate at the state level that says we don't design speed for the 85th percentile, because I gotta tell you, want to go Truxell, Northgate, Del Paso, Stockton, man, then that speed limit would be 50, 65, Natomas Park, and that could be the 85th percentile. So how do we flip it? And I'll have to say, you know, this is always something that I've taken as very important. It shouldn't have taken losing two grandfathers, one a pedestrian, one on a bike, at the same intersection within 6 weeks to really highlight we got to move quicker. But again, I want to say, Matt and Megan, you listened to me and I was like, oh my God, I know this is not an intersection, but we got to move quicker. And this is near our schools. And I hear, here's a caution, please y'all, get a hold of us. Don't put it on Nextdoor. I see on Nextdoor all the time information about dangerous intersections. And that brings up, we can do these quick builds. They're one step. But we have to change behavior. Because I did that quick build, and thank you, Matt and Megan, for working quickly of highlighting and making it a highly visible, reflective crosswalk and doing pedestrian safety. But I still see and get call-outs at my office. People are running stop signs. There was almost a fight there at the other weekend because who had the right-of-way, and both were in the middle intersection. I can't get in everybody's car. We all can't get in everybody's car and tell them, leave 5 minutes earlier, slow down, make it more important that people stay alive than we get somewhere quicker. It also is gonna take behavior every morning. Ironman knows this because I send him videos. Parents are dropping off their kids and parking in red zones. They're dropping off their kids and blocking bike lanes. We have got to start holding each other accountable to be better. Because that matters. It's, you are here. I know I am speaking to an audience that agrees with me, but But how do we also talk to our friends and our neighbors to understand how important this is? Because we don't want to hear about, my Bang was a school board member, Talamantes, Rick Jennings. I always hated that call when a kid was hit. We get calls that kids are hit on their way to and from school. How do we stop that? I know this is not the answer, but it's one way to say, while we don't have that funding, let's look at ways we can do it faster. And I'm in 100% alignment with Councilmember Maple. We've got to be thoughtful and we've got to provide funding. You look at other cities and other areas, how are they able to do things? They have dedicated funding, because guess what? Those dedicated bike lanes, we shouldn't just have them downtown. Why can't my neighborhood have them? Why can't the suburbs have them? Why can't we make it? Then we're getting parents to let their kids go to school because they know it's a dedicated bike lane, and they don't have to worry about the safety of their child. So we still have a lot of work to do. I hope that my colleagues maybe look at what I've done with my North Natomas Transportation Management Association. I've done an education campaign. We're putting it in our schools so that May is Bike Month and Walk and Pedestrian Enroll Month. It's a 3-minute video that we use students in our community to educate the safety of wearing a helmet on a scooter, paying attention, don't being on your phone, and how to make it safer for everybody to get to school. I think that's something we can all do, because the more we get that ownership, I think it'll make a change in our community. So again, thank you to staff. Thank you everybody for doing this. This is a great step forward.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I appreciate this. First of all, a big kudos to Councilmember Maple and all of our advocates who were involved in organizing in this, and our city engineering staff. I can't I can't stop to recognize our engineers. In municipal services, you always hear a lot from fire, you hear a lot from police. You always hear from the finance people, because they're the ones that are telling you no. But the people who are quietly in the background doing a lot of this work are engineers, and I want to thank Megan and her team for putting something ingenious here, and also to bring it to the focus about how we need to act quickly and focusing it on lives over speed. And for some of us that went through engineering school, not even that long ago, it still was, you were taught level of service was, if you got a level of service A, grade A, meant as fast and unpeded vehicle movement. And that was it. That's the training that's happening. So we also need a cultural shift happening, in how we train our future engineers. And now moving to the issues of VMT, issues of safety, and making sure that local governments set policies that say, hey, that's the priority, and we want the schools to be teaching to that priority. I think we're setting the leadership to that point. This is I appreciate this quick build aspect of it. I live in an area where it's wrapped from old Highway 50, Folsom Boulevard, and old Highway 99, Stockton Boulevard. And the community grew around it. And so it was designed as a cut-through, as a thoroughfare. And even after they built the freeways, people still continued to use that. And so it's necessary that we make those improvements. And if you go down either Marysville or Northgate or Franklin, that takes you to Franklin, the town of Franklin, because of those designs, it's necessary that we make those changes. So I'm excited about this piece here, but one thing that I want to mention, that our current roads, it was brought over, we have a multi-million-dollar backlog in just potholes. And I'm thinking about our youth commissioner, who I remember when she was 12 years old, hit a pothole and really injured herself riding her bike. And most recently, now as a senior, she was doing a walkthrough with our public works team on 21st Avenue, identifying where are the dangerous points for cyclists to be at, and working with our engineers to say, hey, we need to be able to make a change, and thinking about, okay, how we do that. And I remember that incident has sparked someone. So to looking at what is the future of our engineers, hopefully she thinks about becoming a traffic engineer, in the future. But it's making sure that we address our current deferred maintenance is critical. And we even with this little bit of money, it's not going to address the transformative change, even just fixing the safety of potholes for cyclists. And as someone who rides with my kids, and let me tell you, my kids remind me when there's a pothole. They always say it's too bumpy, and they're complaining to me, and I'm like, what? Hey, call the district line. You can complain. But they're in the back complaining about the potholes, and I know it because I see those numbers on deferred maintenance. Which brings me to the point, this is great that we get this money out, get it quick, get designs in, save some lives, but we need to pass a countywide responsible and viable transportation measure. And I live in an area where it goes city, county, and my kid who wants to go and should want to go ride his bike down 14th Avenue to his buddy that lives on the other side of 14th Avenue that quickly turns into the county, we should be able to be working coordinated to have safe streets, for them to use. To be able to go to Luigi's Pizzas and play pinball machine there, in that area, and not have to risk that. Or to, go to the Velo Ball right next door, and that's a plug-in for those who want to sponsor the Velo Ball, But without a viable transportation measure, there's never going to be a way for us to address, traffic circles, to address, pedestrian walking intersections, to look at the issues of guiding drivers. And I think the point was made. All of us, even who are cyclists, many of us are also drivers. And we need to be able to have roadways that help guide us when we're maneuvering through difficult situations. Finally, I think that if we had a countywide transportation measure that was a viable and responsible one, and even if it included funding for safe routes to schools to address all of the planning that goes involved. It takes planning and work, but even imagine if we could fund training for a bike bus program where you see where it becomes a culture that in the morning, the priority is the bike bus going there, and you have 150 kids biking together to school. And same thing, in the afternoon. Creating that culture change, I do think, but we can't do that as a one-off. And this is where I would encourage, as much as you advocate with us, that you advocate also in our unincorporated and other areas, because that's where we're going to be able to make the amount of movement in that issue. I know I'm committed to that. Not only because it's the necessary for fatalities, but if we're really going to address our air quality issues, we have to make it viable for people to have an option other than a car. And even if you get an electric car, okay, I know, when I ride my bike, I've gotten into our mayor backing out with his electric car out of the driveway. Vehicles still create congestion, Vehicles still create congestion, all right? And so to that point, we have to provide alternatives. Even if you rode your bike once a day and did the vehicle the other days, you're still making an impact. So, but if you don't feel safe, you're never going to take that one day. So with that, I just want to appreciate everyone's work on this. Thank you.
Councilmember Dickinson.
Thanks, Mayor. I welcome this initiative, which I think represents the thinking outside the proverbial box. And so I certainly applaud the staff for that creativity and that initiative. I share the sentiments that have been expressed by my colleagues this evening, and in light of the hour, I'll resist the temptation to repeat them all. But I did want to delve into just a couple items. First of all, thinking about funding, it does seem to me that to the extent we can pursue it, SB1 offers some potential sources. Obviously, in the active transportation, in the categorical grants, active transportation category and the local partnership category. So, we not only need to take advantage of the funding you've been able to identify, but we need to go hunt for more, clearly. Even in our maintenance allocation under SB1, thinking, and from other gas tax sources, thinking about maintenance projects in the context of turning those into complete street projects, I think is something that we ought to be doing. I certainly take Councilmember Guerra's comments to heart about a local initiative, and Councilwoman Maple as well. Been there a few times. I know we can succeed because we've done it before. We have to come up with the right formula and the right mix. But I think we're also seeing what's considered that right formula evolve over time, and that gives me hope. You know, just to pick up slightly on something that Councilmember Guerra was saying, the touchstone of traffic engineers when I was working on these issues just a few years ago was throughput. It was how many cars you could get through a space in how little time with how little congestion. I think we are evolving and getting smarter about how we assess the purpose of transportation and think about it in terms of mobility, of getting to places, of place making in that context rather than driving by and how fast you can go. I could certainly easily riff on Councilmember Kaplan's comments about getting to school as well, but again, will resist that temptation. I do have one question. I think it's fair to say about the waiver of competitive bidding and using RFP or RFQ. You know, a number of years ago, we adopted an approach in the county, which I cannot quite come up with the name, but it was a form of contracting that actually allowed for competitive bidding, but essentially pre-qualified bidders up to a certain amount. And so they were qualified to do the work that was necessary. Then they were on a list, and you could pick and choose. Now, this has got the flavor of that, but that was a competitive bidding approach. And so can you elaborate a little bit on that versus this process that you're proposing?
Yeah, so we wanted to act quickly, so we put this in the initial. Our next round will be an on-call type of procurement where we will automatically qualify people and put a set amount and what type of work that they will do. So we will definitely use that methodology moving forward, and we do that in a lot of our areas today. So, but just in order for us to launch this quickly and not go through a 6-month process, we wanted to take the suspend competitive bid program with this. So.
Okay, thanks, Matt. That makes it a little more clear that you're going to, as time goes on, use that approach, which certainly worked well because it gives you immediate access to contractors, but it doesn't bypass competitive bidding either. So, but I now understand you want to do take this action, suspending the competitive bidding as an urgency feature of this. Okay. Well, thank you for that clarification. I would just say in closing that this is a meaningful first step, but it is, as everybody has alluded to, certainly just that. And for many of us, it's a welcome, as I said earlier, but long overdue first step. Now, the test will be not whether we take this action tonight. The test will be how we adjust what we're doing in terms of approaching transportation funding and programming, as well as construction, I think, in the years to come, whether we are really invested in making the kinds of changes in public behavior and attitude and approach with respect to mobility and transportation, whether we are truly invested in making sure that people have multiple forms of transportation as real choices, which does not exist for most people today. Those will be the tests of the future, and it will not be the sole domain of the traffic engineers and the staff. That will be our responsibility. That'll be the responsibility of our colleagues and other elective offices and jurisdictions. That'll be the responsibility of state policymakers. It will become a true community responsibility if we are to see real, lasting, significant change. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Pluckybomb.
I want to recognize the leadership of council members Valenzuela, Maple, and Kaplan, the Active Transportation Commission, Saba, Civic Thread, Strong Town, Slow Down Sacramento, and our staff. As was purported, I will be supporting the recommendation here. But I also want to second the comments of the rest of the council here that after this, we need to really double down and think about how to support another Measure A that has strong active transportation participation. For those of you that are active transportation purists, recognize that we cannot sell a tax measure without some, something in there for the car drivers. But we will lean heavy to put as much as we can in that bill for active transportation and transit. And I also want to ask staff in the future if we can come back with the vulnerable users ordinance, if there's something that we can look at to sort of change the conversation that we're having with drivers and really shift some of the liability away from those of us without roll cages. I think that would be time well spent. Thank you.
Councilmember Vang.
Thanks, Mayor. Oh, it's exactly 9 o'clock. Okay. I just wanted to just make a few comments and not be a Debbie Downer. I think everyone is celebrating, which is really great. I'm like super excited that we're moving in this direction. And I appreciate also just mentioning the hard work of Councilwoman Katie Valenzuela. I just really want to uplift that because in November of 2023, me and her, we actually submitted a council proposal to look at the ATC's recommendation, 9 of them, and the quick build was actually one of them. And there's a reason why, when you look at the annual report now, there's actually a cost breakdown. It's because we requested for that, right? And I see Allie nodding her head. And so I'm really excited. I think I want to celebrate. Like, this is really great. It's a big first step, and I echo my colleagues on, yes, we need a transportation measure, right? But I just also want to take a different angle. Is that, we should prioritize our general funding. And I say that because that's my view on this is yes, we don't have a lot of money to go around. We're in a deficit, right? But the largest part of our budget is the police budget. And for me, active transportation is public safety, right? And until we actually have a steady revenue of source of funding, like a transportation measure, which I fully support, I echo Councilmember Roger Dickinson when he says that if we're truly about investment in active transportation, it actually does fall on the policymakers because at the end of the day, we're the one that allocates the budget. And so if active transportation is a public safety issue that we talk a big game about, then we have to make sure that we actually allocate our general funding for that. So for me, yeah, I'm like celebrating. This is great. It's been a long time coming to get to this moment. It's great. But again, like if this is our priority, then we got to make sure it reflects our budget. And so I just wanted to take that angle. I think that's really important. I just wanted to name that because yes, we don't have a lot of money to go around, but we do have priorities as a council. And if this is a priority, then we have to make sure that our budget reflects that. And so those are my comments, and just congratulations to the advocates because it's a long time coming to get to this moment, but really, the credit goes to the community, so.
Okay. Everybody spoke, right? We all. I have about 10 pages of prepared comments. No, look, this is something we all embrace, and literally, I have never seen a staff presentation get a clapping, standing ovation before we even started the presentation from the public and the council. As you know, I ran for mayor last year, in case you don't remember, and I went to quite a few forums and debates, and clearly the issues of the day, housing and homelessness and public safety. But right behind there was our streets and traffic safety, and what can we do to step it up. And, as Councilmember Guerra remembers, and then Councilmember Harris, Plucky Bomb. Twice in my career, I've had to go and hustle and get $5 million earmarks to fix a road where somebody died. And we shouldn't have to do it after the fact. And so, you know, some of these quick fixes aren't $5 million. That's the thing here. We're looking at $5 million per year for multiple projects per year. And I guess that's the question, is how many? It depends on how big the project. So hopefully we can get multiple. But, you know, some of those fixes, I've seen the one up in Natomas by the Natomas Park Clubhouse, or the one on MLK and Broadway. And I told Councilmember Maple that when I go down Broadway now, turn right on MLK, I'm literally thinking, like, what's going on? I need to slow down, and you're looking around. So those things get the public to do things differently, which was our goal, is to get people by design to slow down. And so I'm all in on this and supportive. And lastly, I do support going to voters with a transportation measure to fund our roads, fund public transportation. But I think that we should have a big segment on this because, one, it's important, but two, I think the public would embrace the measure even more so if we're focusing on efforts like this. So with that, this is something we all embrace, the entire council and the community, I believe, as well. And we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any noes or abstentions? Hearing none, measure passes. Standing ovation. Yes. Okay, we have now.
Move to council comments, ideas, questions, and AB 123 reports.
Public comments. Do we always do it like that?
I think Karina has.
Yeah, Talamantes.
Yeah. I have an AB 123 report, report. Oh, it's late. We've been here since 11. But I attended the Common Sense Summit on Kids and Families in San Francisco and got to connect with, researchers, advocates, to discuss technology and the impacts of AI in our community and how we're going to govern. And so it was a really interesting conversation, and I learned a lot. Technology is advancing, government's behind, and we have to catch up. So that's my report.
Councilmember Plucky Bomb.
I have a request for staff to please investigate what could be done to provide ongoing funding for code enforcement's emergency home repair program, including but not limited to CDBG funds.
Okay. Thank you. Public comment.
Yes, Mayor, I have 5 speakers. Sally Stapiro, Mac Worthy, Devin Stricker, Rebecca Sandoval, and Evan Minton. So please line up in the aisle. I know it's late, so some people have chosen to go home. Sally? I don't see Sally. Mac Worthy?
People we observe, we listen to choosing a mayor, city manager. Nobody said anything about the Brown Act. I don't trust what you're doing for city management, and I'm gonna get a chance to speak out on it. And then all of a sudden, we had maybe 5 people. Now we get a whole crew. How many emails did you send out to people that come here that gets a check from the city? That's what we want. That's how you see. You stack shit here that you will never change. You will never change no speed limit on no car. You could ask people. The little boy that put that out, slow down, I had the hospital digital when I was there for saying something to me out of line. They fired his ass too. You don't tell me where to sit. So she bring him in here and give him a few dollars, and he come down here and agree. And this city council over here, now she's been attorney everywhere. We don't want to hear what the hell you went on when you was riding a bike. You, yeah. Then we get you, yeah. Then they want we need to cut that bullshit out when we get to special issues. No, you didn't go on that when we said hiring a city manager. We didn't say who was the lead manager out of the 5 you have. Who should go out of that? You didn't say a word. Where the corruption are in this city, the community don't know they're asking to hold no ground. They can't come in here and say a word. because they're tied to a little check from the district of the nonprofit organization, is what you're saying. Well, what they gonna do? They're not gonna oppose you because that check gets cut off. You gotta close that shit down. If you don't close that down, corruption gonna always be in the city.
Thank you for your comments. Devin?
Thank you. Are we able to show photos on here? No, okay.
You can pass it around, we can all see, we can
Sure.
share.
All right, well, thank you. It's been a long night. I'm Devin Strecker, Executive Director of the River District, also a resident of District 4. So just as a little refresher, back in July 21, the city banned camping near critical infrastructure. In August of 2022, the city amended the sidewalk code related to obstructions and pedestrian interference, basically banning encampments from blocking the sidewalk. In October of 2022, the city council voted unanimously to ban encampments within 500 feet of schools. And in November 2022, voters approved Measure O, banning encampments on public property under certain conditions and requiring the city to identify and authorize hundreds of new shelter spaces. These are all measures that had a lot of public speakers come out to make comments. A lot of people voted, and yet a lot of these do not seem to be enforced in any way, at least not in the River District. Every day this year so far, I've gotten at least one phone call, email, or text message from an impassioned property or business owner or resident wanting to know why the city has forgotten about the area around 16th Street, specifically North B and North C Street. This is a message I received today from a property owner. The homeless situation is getting worse than I've ever seen it, and I've been here a long time. It is shocking that the city lets the area deteriorate so dramatically. I know you're concerned, and I encourage you to use these pictures to inspire the city to do something. I have a lot of compassion for the people in these pictures. It kills me that our society and Sacramento's government is so paralyzed. It is an embarrassment. Also, my tenants are very concerned, and the people who come to the building who drive there through North B Street are shocked. I ask you to please help us clean this area up and take care of our people. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Rebecca?
Rebecca Sandoval, trustee for Twin Rivers School District. I'm here to say it's concerning that often there are those that spin my narrative when I speak publicly on behalf of the district or my community. Recently, there was an email that was sent that I requested the city do better for families residing in motel shelter program off of Northgate Boulevard. Yes, that is true, but specifically, I have expressed my concern that children residing in the motel are playing in the street and parking lot of local businesses. Some of these children attend Garden Valley Elementary School, where they are provided a safe learning environment. Because their living space is provided by the city, I believe it is incumbent upon the city to provide a safe space for the families to congregate. It was erroneously written that Twin Rivers Unified School District expects to meet with shelter service providers to partner with those running the program. Our district provides many services for over 1,200 homeless students, which includes preschool, after-school program, breakfast, lunch, sometimes supper, sports program, art and music, counseling, and behavior intervention services, as well as an excellent education. Twin Rivers is proud and committed in doing our part in addressing the needs of our homeless students. I am hopeful the city will address a need for an open or green space for the homeless children residing in the motel program. On another issue, my narrative again was spin. Has been communicated. I've been spreading information that Joshua House is a geriatric facility. I went to a meeting, and Joshua House was described as a facility for seniors needing end-of-life care. I found that statement disingenuous. As we all know, Joshua House is a hospice program for the homeless with no age limit. At no time do.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our final speaker is Evan Minton. Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Evan Minton. My pronouns are they and he, and I want to just thank the council and the mayor for passing the Transgender Day of Visibility resolution today. Councilmember Kaplan, thank you for the special friendship that we have, and thank you for knowing at a cellular level how important visibility is. Councilmember Pluckybaum, thank you for co-authoring the resolution. Thank you for the consistent way in which you show up for the trans community. That is really meaningful, especially in a time like this. I want to thank the mayor for your years of support to the trans community. You've done that even when it hasn't been easy, and when the trans community has needed an ally, you've consistently shown up. Thank you for that. I was thinking about what I can say in this moment, and I had words that were flowery, but it just doesn't meet the moment. I wanted to just let you guys know, I don't stand here as a victim. I came out maybe around 15 years ago, and at that point, I asked everyone, hey, if you don't know a trans person, use me as a reference. And I'm so glad that in this day and age, there are so many more reference points than just me. That's progress. And visibility wasn't always the political act that it is now. I think that folks know trans people have always existed. We have come from thousands and thousands of years. We've been on record. And in this day and age, unfortunately, it's seen as a political act. We can't reduce our humanity to make people more comfortable. That's something that no one should be asked to do. And so, as long as it's unsafe to be visible.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete.
I'll just finish the statement.
We appreciate your comments.
As long as it's unsafe.
Mayor, you have no business to come before the council.
Continue to be visible. And thank you for partnering with our community, and thank you for your continued support. It is a refuge for so many, for the trans community here in Sacramento and beyond.
Thank you. Thank you, Evan.
Mayor, you have no additional
Okay.
business to come before the council?
Thank you. No adjournments in memory? No, with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.